we'll go to our City Clerk, Mary Lavelle, for the roll call.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Councilmember Fan. I see Councilmember Fan, so I'll count him as present. Councilmember Fan. Councilmember Montano.
Here.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
Present.
And Mayor Rich Tran.
Present. Thank you so much, Mary. Next up here, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand however you may. While we pledge this fine evening again, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Okay, great. Next up here, we have the invocation. Tonight's invocation will be presented by Councilmember Anthony Fan. It appears Councilmember is setting up his technology. We'll wait momentarily here. I know he's here now. Okay, Councilmember Fan. How's that?
I can hear.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Kind of low. I'm not sure.
Give me a second.
Hello there.
Hello. Can
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Great. Tonight's invocation presented by Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I'd like to defer my invocation and have Councilmember Vice Mayor Nunez do me the honor.
Very well.
I'd be happy to. Thank you very much. We gather tonight coming from this world so full of suffering, grief, and misfortune that we could well be afraid, but we do not have to rely on this world. We can come to you no matter what religion or faith. We remind your children receive your blessings. So protect us in this present time. Even if a flood of evil seems about to break over us and our hearts are heavy, we will be upheld. You will strengthen us so that we can bear this time patiently, hoping in you and in what you will do for all people who are your people just as we are. May the praise of your name be in our hearts forever and ever.
Amen. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Fan. Next up, we have our public forum. Let me adjust my Zoom here. Public forum. Those interested are invited to address the City Council on any subject not on tonight's agenda. And folks at home, if you're regularly with us, as many have in 2020, you have our agenda. It's on the city website. You can internet search City of Milpitas and agenda, City Council meeting agenda, and it should direct you to a page where you should be able to simply find our agenda, and that way you can follow along with us. And for those that have been tuning in, you know where to go. But if you're new, I encourage you to get an agenda online, digitally. Those interested are invited to address the City Council on any subject not on tonight's agenda. Orally via Zoom webinar instructions on page 1 of our agenda. But if you're here on Zoom right now, then you're in the right place. Speakers may provide their name and city of residence for the clerk's record. It helps out tremendously. And comments may be limited to 3 minutes tonight. As an item not listed on the agenda, no response is required from the city staff or the council, and no action can be taken. Council may instruct the city manager to place the item on a future meeting agenda. Alrighty, we will begin the public forum 3 minutes tonight. And let's see here. First up with the virtual raised hand, folks. If you're on Zoom tonight with us, folks, please raise your virtual raised hand. I can see it on my end, and I will call upon you. Thank you, IT, for the timer. We appreciate that. Okay, here. First up during this public forum, Voltaire Montemayor.
Hello, Mayor, can you hear me?
I can, Uncle. How are you doing? Yeah.
Good, thanks. Yeah, fresh in my mind. Anyway, the mayor, vice mayor, the city council members, the city manager and staff. Last meeting we pounded on the fire station. I cannot remember all the figures, but I think a nearby fire station is very important to save 1 million, but it's not to be spent yet for sure. It's on the other side of our fulcrum. In other words, there may be a delay. It was very important. A 1 hour delay, 1 day, but there's no problem as long as it's not a 1 year delay on the agreement. In other words, for the safety, comfortability, the time element of all is very important. There's a momentum now of the one handling it, the one that got approved, even though the other ones may be good now regarding their papers. They should be all right now, but it's still, if there's a momentum already, we go for it. The contingency plan or amount is a construction guarantee to build it on time, to make it working in a good shape. Hopefully, we will not spend the 1 million. There's also backup. We have other stations, we have other cities, but the closest to the vicinity of if something happened, it's better. We should have that one built as soon as we can. In other words, we'll take the assurance. It's like insuring 1 million, but we're not spending it anyway for sure. It's just assurance to make the builder, the one that got the contract, approved. So in other words, for whatever problem, the 1 million will take care of it. I'm not saying we're rich. 1 million is very important, but safety is also maybe more important. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for being here with us tonight, folks, all across Milpitas. Welcome to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting on December the 1st, 2020. If you're here on the Zoom, you have the ability to put your virtual raised hand up, and we'll make sure we get to you. Okay, great. Next up here, we have Urvish Kumar Mehta. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Tran, and as well as all the city council members.
We're hearing some feedback from you. If you can kind of separate your devices, sometimes the phone's too close to the computer or some sort of way. There's a lot of feedback. We want to make sure.
Sure, Mayor Tran, is it better now?
Oh, much better. Yes, fantastic.
Thank you very much. So, well, Good evening to Mayor Rich Tran. Good evening to all City Council members. Good evening to City staff. I wanted to mention that, the City of Milpitas deserves a lot more than what, has been a year for the City of Milpitas from 2019 to 2020. We talked about the home key project. We talked about the construction workers. We talked about the COVID-19 and the disaster preparedness. We talk about the homelessness. We talk about the affordable housing. We talked about the rental insurance and the short-term rental development within the City of Milpitas. There's a lot more that City of Milpitas could do for the citizen of Milpitas. In terms of a shelter, City of Milpitas can provide shelter. In terms of a food, City of Milpitas can provide food. In terms of a housing, City of Milpitas can provide housing. It's like, giving hand to hand, walking along the hand to hand, provide the right necessity to the people so that they get, what Milpitas is supposed to, provide it to them, and also, provide the services, through the City of Milpitas. City of Milpitas must be about service to the city, the service to the country, as well as the people for the city and people for the country. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Janina Fernandez. Welcome. Yes, we are here for you, Janina Fernandez. Welcome, welcome. Yes, thank you for being here with us this evening. I see your virtual raised hand. Hello there. Okay. All right, Janina. Our IT department is letting me know that your Zoom software may need an update, and therefore that is likely why we are not able to connect with you. I hate when this happens, not the first time. Hopefully you can update your Zoom. I hate to see this happen, but we are here and we will take your comment whenever you can get back. I don't care what part of the meeting we're in. I will take your comment. I will take your comment. So Janina, you probably do hear me. I want to say hello. I think your Zoom, your IT is letting me know your Zoom is not the most updated version. Therefore, we're unable to make that connection with you to unmute your microphone. Thank you, IT. IT is working really hard. Information Technology Department. Thank you very much, everybody over there. Oftentimes an unsung hero in some cases, many cases. But Janina, yeah, whenever you can update it, we're here. I think we're going to be here for a while. Just whenever you get back in with the updated Zoom, just raise your hand. I'll stop everything for you. Yeah, we care about you. So, okay, we're here, Gina. Next up here, we have Lupe Ruvalcaba.
Oh, hi, good evening, Mayor Tran and members of Milpitas City Council. I'm a longtime Milpitas resident and taxpayer, and I'm talking in regards to agenda number 14. I support increasing opportunities for all workers, regardless of their affiliation. However, I'm a little disappointed to learn that you are considering a discriminatory project labor agreement for future city construction that will drive up the price of construction for district taxpayers and deny opportunities for a majority of the local construction workforce. I cannot support an agreement that will result in 4 projects being built for the price of 5. Traditionally, PLAs include a variety of provisions that actually discourage many local construction firms from bidding. In short, construction firms owned by women, veterans, and minorities, being generally smaller and non-union, need not apply. PLAs create barriers for local minority and women-owned construction employers and their employees who want to build in their community because they contain provisions that do not allow the complete utilization of their skilled and trained workforces and exclude the men, women, and veterans who have graduated from state-approved unilateral apprenticeship training programs in pursuit of construction career that provides stability for them, their family, and their community. In time of critical need like now, we should not limit opportunities for local skilled and trained apprentices such to miss out on work in their backyard. The taxpayer too suffers when PLAs are put into place because the agreement shrinks the number of bidders for projects to just a few. I don't want to see any similar situation. For example, the city of Watsonville had passed a traditional PLA, which the city received 0 bids. Again, this is a bad situation. I don't want the city of Milpitas to be in, and I would like to work with you and local hire solutions that will create pathways and opportunities for not only those wanting to enter trades, but for all existing essential workers and apprentices in the region. Thank you for your consideration of this request to deny approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have on R. Walker. R. Walker. That's what it says there.
Hi, that was Rosie Walker. Sorry about that.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hi. Hello and good evening to all of our public servants there. I appreciate all you do. I just wanted to take this opportunity to give some shout outs to the community and to our Milpitas PAL Softball League. This past week, we had our first annual drive-through turkey giveaway, and we managed to double our goal of 50 turkeys to 100. So we gave out 100 turkeys to the local community, to Milpitas residents who were in need of that this Thanksgiving season. Special shout out to the president of their league is Tina Ortiz, and I just wanted to give everybody, and I wanted to take this opportunity to thank her because she worked tirelessly, and as well as the rest of the board members. They did an amazing job pulling this together in such a short period of time. Also wanted to thank city leaders, city officials. In particular, I wanted to also thank Milpitas Unified School District employees, Samantha Harn, she's the principal secretary over at Russell. Also Junior, the custodian there. We also had tremendous support from local grocery stores that donated their time and turkeys. Special shout out goes to Cynthia over at Grocery Outlet. She's their local business. She has 2 boys that go to Milpitas High, play football there. She helped us out a lot. Shout out to Dave over at Lucky's on Park Vic. Also, the brand new Trader Joe's, they helped us out too with a donation. Jeremy over at Safeway, he's one of the managers. Thank you for them. They donated, and they also helped us load, and that was very, very big because that's one of the hardest parts. Wanted to shout out to Dr. Kaufman over at Thrive Milpitas. They donated also not only turkeys, but they also did some pre-warmed meals that we could do to give people who didn't have the oven capacity. I also wanted to shout out to a couple of our officers from Milpitas Police Department that came out and actually helped put turkeys into patrons' cars. That was awesome. Officer Perez in particular. Thank you to Milpitas Parks and Recreation. Thank you to all of the volunteers, players, parents, and most of all, thank you to you guys, our city leaders. Thanks for having our backs. This was an awesome opportunity to serve the community. It's been a rough one, but we can all do a small part to keep the positivity going. So I appreciate everything you do, and hopefully we can keep this up and keep it going every year. We're going to do it every year. So thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Milpitas, North Valley PAL softball. Just incredible. Just an incredible event. I mean, that's not even enough of a word to describe it. Just incredible giving. That is the spirit of our community. My hat's off to everybody. I mean, that was a long list. I mean, it sounded like everybody played a role, and it worked out. The outcome was special, and I'm thankful for our community due to members like the ones that gave, as the speaker stated, just amazing. What a great way to start this meeting. And we are in the midst of the holidays, so looking forward. There's a lot more going on. Okay, we have Janina back now. Janina Fernandez, I see your virtual raised hand. I hope this works. Hello.
Hi, sorry about earlier.
No worries. Yeah, we're glad you're here. Welcome.
Okay, so my name is Janina Fernandez, and I am a senior from Milpitas High School. And today I'm here to represent our Academy of Travel and Tourism. As we all know, we're all going through a hard time with quarantine and the virus and everything. And our senior class came up with this idea to start a project where we could make care packages for homeless students, specifically from our very own school. And I will put the link in the chat in a little bit, but we would appreciate any donations that we could get. And aside from donations, we would also really benefit from getting the word out about our project. So if you guys could also share it to your social media pages, to your family and your friends, that would mean a lot to our academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Janina. Incredible effort from yourself and your classmates and peers over at the home of the Trojans. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay. All right. Public forum. We are here looking for any of our attendees on Zoom this evening. I want to make sure we have everybody's public comments before we move forward here. All right. Doing my due diligence, taking a look. I don't see any more virtual raised hands. All right, going once, going twice. That's it with the public forum. Thank you. Oh, see, I'm gonna stop right there. It's not over yet. Public forum. We have Jay Dang. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, yes. We hear you. We heard you. I know you're there, huh? Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I also wanted to just kind of give a shout out to some of the groups the grassroots groups that have been helping our homeless community, the Unhoused community in Milpitas, the Hope for the Unhoused group, and there's a new group called Milpitas Family First that's focusing on McKinney-Vento kids. And their families. I know for a fact they're doing lots of grassroots helping, like reaching out, doing outreach for feeding the homeless in the encampments, helping them get warm clothing and tents and blankets and tarps and things. They have a drive going on. I know Demetris, shout out to Demetris for organizing a coat and a blanket drive. She's got a bin at the Milpitas Police Department, so you can drop off, coats and blankets to the Milpitas Police Department lobby, and I think that goes until December 4th, I believe. So yeah, if you have anything, you can send those that way, and she'll get them out to the right people. I know during Thanksgiving, they went out, they got meals organized. Shout out to Yoli, Lisa, Loretto, and I don't know who else, but a bunch of those people, they went out and they organized, they got food to the unhoused people community, and they go out, they risk their safety just to go out, almost 2 or 3 times a week to reach out to these people. Shout out to Council Member Anthony Fan. He donated some $1,000 from his leftover campaign money to help house some of the a few of the homeless people that needed a hotel room to stay out of the cold. They're the most vulnerable ones. Really appreciate that. And yeah, and I really appreciate all that the City Council and Mayor, what you guys are doing for tackling this whole problem of the homeless and helping them to get, talking about, at least starting the conversation to get them the help that they need, especially in this time where we're having so many challenges in general, and with the rent moratoriums going away soon, if not already, I think that's going to be a problem even more so in the coming months. So thank you for doing your due diligence and looking out for the people of Milpitas that are at the edge, right, and might need help soon. Yeah, thank you very much, and have a good happy holidays to all of you. Thank you.
And thank you so much for the kind words all around. Okay. Public forum, here we are. We had a, see, you never know when there's another person, so I want to be very thoughtful of those that are joining us this evening, spending their time. We appreciate you. Okay, I don't see any more virtual raised hands. All right, that's it with the public forum. That's it. Okay. Next up here, we have announcements and future agenda items. I do have a couple notes here. Let's go to our city manager for the announcements. I think you may have something a little unique tonight to present, Steve.
Well, do you want to go to the item you and I talked about, or would you like me to just?
Yeah, I think the key.
Okay, yeah, so Mayor and Council, good evening, members of the public. So in November, we had a proclamation that the mayor had read off, proclaiming November as National Native American Heritage Month. And with that, there was a key to be provided to a resident. Tiny Rosales is her name. And we did provide that key to her. And then she did provide a nice courtesy of a very, very short video that we offered to play tonight. So Mayor, if I may, we could have staff go ahead and play that. She's just
Please.
thanking the community.
Anine Boujou. Hello, my name is Tiny Rosales. I'm from Milpitas, California. I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Bob Nunez and all of Milpitas family. I am very Anine Boujou. Hello, my name is Tiny Rosales. I'm from Milpitas, California. I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Bob Nunez and all of Milpitas family. I am very
Looks like the audio is a little different, huh?
It looks like, yeah, we lost a little bit of
we
the
got
audio.
the message.
Yeah, the message which thanking the council and Vice Mayor Bob Nunez for the key and wishing the Milpitas community well.
Awesome. And you could proceed with your announcements as well.
Sure. Then I have a few announcements, as you may have guessed. I wanted to touch on COVID-19, the update. As we're all aware, COVID-19 cases in our county and across the state continue to increase. To reduce the surge this week, Santa Clara County's health officer announced several changes to the mandatory directives. The three main changes are prohibiting recreational activities that involve physical contact. Non-essential retail stores and facilities are now limited to opening at 10% capacity, while groceries and pharmacies are at 25% capacity. And third, the leisure and non-essential travel is strongly discouraged and requires persons entering the county to quarantine for 14 days upon return from travel of more than 150 miles. And as always, with this information and more, it can all be found on the city's website. In addition, if you need COVID testing, the next scheduled testing with the county's pop-up testing is at the Milpitas Sports Center. That will be on Monday, December 7th and the 21st. Appointments will be open for scheduling 7 days before the testing date. Details can also be found on our city's website. And lastly, as a safe alternative to ringing in the holidays, the city of Milpitas kicked off the holiday season yesterday evening with our virtual tree lighting ceremony via our YouTube channel. The event was highlighted with carolers, a special greeting from Santa, and an exciting countdown to the tree lighting. If you missed it, no worries. It can be found on our website as a virtual tree lighting event that can be enjoyed all month long. And that completes my announcements, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. And back to the council here. I want to make an announcement in regards to all the really charity work that's going on. I want to start with the Jack Emery food drive, which is a tradition here in the city of Milpitas and the Milpitas community. under the Milpitas Unified School District. I remember being a student, and we're doing the can drive competition at Milpitas High School, and it was all the grades versus each other. And right now, I want to give a shout out to all the Milpitas High School seniors. You are leading the way with cans right now. Freshmen are in second place. Sophomores and juniors, I'm gonna need y'all to step it up. You need y'all to step it up. We need cans here. It's a very healthy competition. But for anybody in the city of Milpitas that wants to donate, there will be a can drop off tomorrow at Milpitas High School at noon. And so if you're watching this and you're in town, and maybe you're working from home, maybe you got a little bit of time, maybe you got some cans, possibly you stocked up in the beginning of the pandemic that you're looking to move. I think the Jack Emery food drive was the opportunity tomorrow at noon, Milpitas High School. The food drive is also accepting donations, and there's actually a link. You can check out my Facebook page, Mayor Rich Tran, at Facebook, and I'll post a link multiple times. I want to thank the Milpitas Police Officers Association for their monetary donation to the Jack Emery Food Drive. We appreciate you. Local, where are you at? I might have to give you a call tomorrow, but we're going to do our part here, and I encourage all of our city staff as well. Not too often that I come forward, but if it's in your heart, we would love to see participation all across the city of Milpitas for the annual Jack Emery Food Drive. And the second announcement is another effort from our Milpitas High School students, who are really a powerful driver of our community. There is a youth group under the leadership of advisors and adults. They are raising money. There's a GoFundMe, and they're raising money to purchase supplies for the unsheltered folks here in town. And so I look forward to seeing them work with some of our community members that are already out in the field. That'd be great. But I'll post that link up to my Facebook, Mayor Rich Tran, shortly after tonight. So I am very heartened to know that our community is doing what we can to support those that are in our greatest need. And if you're out there and you or someone you know is in need of food security, there is our joint MUSD, City of Milpitas, and actually a Second Harvest Food Bank of Silicon Valley. We'll be doing our usual food distribution this Saturday, the first Saturday of the month, at Milpitas High School at 9 a.m. To 11 a.m. Last time I checked, there were 940 families that were served at the last distribution. And so, folks, if you're going out there or you know somebody, get out there early. I would say 8:30, as the line will snake around Escuela and Jacqueline. We are here for you. All these things our city does and our leaders do has been really days and days and days and days of effort. And so I am thankful for our leaders and all the roles that we've played to contribute to a common cause, which is our community. Okay, those are my announcements. I will look to my colleagues. Let me scroll here. If there's any virtual raised hands for the announcements. Okay, all righty, I see you. Okay, next up here we have Councilmember Montano. And you'll have to adjust your microphone there. Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. So I just had a question for staff. I noticed that on Penitencia, on Great Mall through Curtis, they are excavating the water district. Do you know what they're doing? Are they going to be cementing that area, the creek, or are they just excavating, cleaning it up?
I can take that one. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
That's-
you can find out. You don't have to let me know today, but just you
there-
can follow up unless the public wants to know as well.
Yeah,
Unless
I'll take that one. I live right next to the penitencia. I can see it from outside my home actually, but yeah, they're kind of clearing it out, ensuring that the depth of it is within, I think, the standards. Over time, it's been kind of nature and wildlife, especially.
Yeah,
has-
there's a lot of erosion on there, so that's why
Yeah.
I was wondering if they were going to cement it, but
Yeah.
you're saying they're not.
I don't see him cementing it.
I don't know what the plans are. Maybe they're just clearing it. So
Yeah,
does Tony on to know? Is
yeah,
Tony
it's a
there?
careful. Yeah, we'll see. We'll go to Tony. Join here. He's here, and but yeah, a lot of wildlife. Got to be careful with the work. Actually, a lot of skunks.
So
I think I was going through the hills yesterday. I seen skunks up there too. It's, a lot of wildlife, but we can reach out to our partners. over
Mayor,
at
I could probably step in for a little bit, although I'm not an expert on exactly what they're doing today, but I do know from working with the Valley Water District that they do maintain those channels. And even when we've done our planning along the enhancements we do, the trails that we provide along there, they're a dual use. They're a trail, but they're also a maintenance service area. And they've explained to us several times that that service area is to go into the creek to maintain, just as the mayor mentioned, to remove sediments, keep the channels clear so they flow clear during the winter. And that's highly likely that's what they're doing, because we are aware they've been checking all their facilities to be ready for the winter, for winter rains and drainage. So that's highly likely the case. If Tony's available, if there's something else that I'm missing, if not, I could almost bet on that's what's happening out there.
okay, thank you. That's good. He can get back to me later. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, what's interesting is they stopped the water flow as they literally just stopped the water flow, and I'm not sure if they diverted the water, but it was dry and they're doing their work. Quite interesting.
Yeah, what's interesting too is as they're excavating, that's all Native American Indian burial grounds. So I don't know if you're aware or the public is aware, but when they were building the new buildings at Elmwood, they found a lot of relics, Native American Indians, so they had to put a halt. And but it continued because what happened is they built over it. So yeah, I'm just curious if they were going to be cementing that or just excavating for erosion. But you can let me know, or Tony can call me later. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'll just be very brief and I'll get back to Councilmember Montano with more details on the project. But I just want to comment, it's highly unlikely that they are cementing the channel. It's something that the Water District has been moving away from for many, many years now. So this sounds like it's a regular sediment removal project that they typically do in advance of the heavy rains, but we can reach out to Valley Water and get more details specifically about this project. But I just wanted to speak to the cementing comment that it's highly unlikely that they are cementing channels. That hasn't been permitted, hasn't been a permitted method for many years.
Right. Oh, yeah, I understand that. That's great because when was it? 5 years ago when they cemented, we had a lot of residents that were upset about the cementing. So yeah, I could see that. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the question, council member, and thank you to Tony, our Director of Public Works here in the city of Milpitas. That was very good. And while we're hearing the announcements, actually, I do want to bring up something important. I was at the new skate park here at the Sports Center just a couple hours ago, actually. I was there for the first time. What an incredible experience for our community. Tons of youth at the skate park. I saw parents. I've seen a mother in her vehicle parked right outside the gate. And I just had a feeling that her child was in the skate park recreationally skating. And it made me feel pretty good to see the parent there just relaxing in the car, kind of quiet, right? On the phone a little bit. And it really means a lot to our community. And I'm thankful for our city council for supporting that project early on. Councilmember Montano, I know you served your first time as a council member, and you were a big proponent of our community and really the young people activities, and transitioning even over to Vice Mayor Nunez and Councilmember Fan for supporting the project. I believe we funded it our first year, our first CIP, we approved it. So today I really understood the magnitude of our public service, is seeing that that mother sitting in her vehicle, you know, watching the skate park, watching the gate, knowing that their child is in a safe, productive, creative kind of venue, if I may. So that kind of just made my day. And so thank you. And with that being said, I'm getting a lot of questions about the sports center field and jogging track. Folks want to know why the lights aren't on. And so I figured that out today when I was over at the skate park, trying not to break any bones on my skateboard. I looked over to the sports field and it was right about sunset, and the lights weren't on because we knew the lights weren't turning on. And I seen probably 3 or 4 organized sports leagues out there in matching uniform, participating in sports that were in violation of the county COVID guidelines. And so that's why we're not keeping the lights on, because first of all, the lights weren't on at night anyways. It's kind of a sunrise to sunset rule we have for all our parks here in town, except for the skate park, of course. But that's by design. And so that's why we don't have, we tried it out. I will say we did try it out to keep the lights on, but it wasn't just the usual folks that were trying to jog. I was out there 2 hours ago, unbelievable. 3 sports leagues, minivans all over the place. And so if there's any questions out there as to why we're keeping the skate park on and not the main field on, is because of the COVID guidelines. And we want to make sure that we are doing our part here in the county. And so if there's any questions, feel free to reach out to myself or anybody at the city. But I thought that was very important to share. And so thank you for that. Councilmember Montano, if you can lower your virtual raised hand.
Sure.
Okay, please. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, well, that's it. I don't see any more virtual raised hands. Let's keep moving here. Announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start at the end with Councilmember Fan.
Conflict of interest.
Yeah, this is just conflict of interest, not campaign contribution. I think the answer to this one is no.
No conflict of interest.
Thank you. Councilmember Montano?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez?
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nunez?
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran?
And none.
Thank you. It also asks the mayor and the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any party entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda, or any development project applicant with the city or on tonight's agenda. So we'll start at the end again. Councilmember Fan.
I'm disclosing out of courtesy a contribution I received from the Santa Clara County, the San Benito County Building Trades Council for agenda item related to the project labor agreement. It's not a contract we're entering into, nor is it a developer, but it's just disclosing out of courtesy.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Councilmember Montano?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez?
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nunez?
The same as Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Mayor Tran?
None.
Let the record reflect none to the first question, and the second question, we'll just note the 2 campaign contributions for Councilmember Fan and Vice Mayor Nunez. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. We'll move on here. Next up here, we have the reading of the City Council Code of Conduct. Back to you, Chris, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will go ahead and read the City Council Code of Conduct. First is be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. And as a reminder, that would include the virtual dais you are on Zoom. So in a council meeting, we would not want to be texting about city business. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Okay, moving on here to approval of agenda. Looking for a motion?
So move.
I'll second it. Oh, they got, okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Montano, second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself as an aye, the agenda is approved. Thank you very much. And as we approach the consent calendar, I do want to check in with our city clerk, Mary Lavelle, for any type of announcements related to those items.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to inform the council that regarding agenda items number C3 and C4, these are both recommendations for parcels to be added into Community Facilities District. And so I have received election ballots from the parcel property owners. And the first one is for adding parcels into CFD number 2005-1. The property owner and developer has submitted 1 vote yes to join the CFD and 0 no votes. On agenda item number C4 for parcels to be added to CFD number 2008-1. I've received the ballot from the property owner and it was 1 vote yes and 0 votes no. With that information, you're able to proceed with the staff recommendation to adopt resolutions.
Thank you very much, Mary, for the announcement, very important announcement. Thank you so much. And I'll add a couple comments to items C and 4. Is really exciting. 2 addresses, if I may, where there's going to be affordable housing. And so adding these tracks will include homes units with affordable housing. And that is beautiful for our democracy, if I may say. All right, looking for any virtual hands here. We have Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I actually need a little bit more time on the item related to the responsible construction ordinance. That's item number 13. I come across additional research that I'd like to work with the attorney's office on and incorporating that into the agenda appropriately. So I'd like to request deferral on that, but also for items that we don't get to tonight, I know that we do have a very lengthy agenda with some topics that I think are going to take up a substantive amount of time. If council would like to do a special meeting for items that we don't actually get to tonight. So I just wanted to ask the council if that was something you're amenable to.
Thank you very much. I support your request for number 13 and deferring it. And your second request, I guess we'll cross the bridge when we get there. I don't want to say that we're not gonna,
that's fine.
Yeah, but I'm more than happy. Yeah, I'm more than happy to cross the bridge when we get there. You're welcome. Yeah. Okay. Next up with the virtual raised hand, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much. I would say the same thing for number 14, to actually have that come back once they have finished negotiating that agreement so that the council could look at it. And if there's nothing else to be added, to move the consent calendar as presented.
So Mayor
All right,
Tran,
Vice. Yeah. Oh, yes, Chris.
recommendation on the motions. So you did make a motion to approve the agenda in its current.
I know.
You probably look for two motions at this point. One, assuming there's no other changes to the agenda, one to essentially reconsider the motion on the approval of the agenda with the now deferment, I believe, of 13 and 14, with additional direction on 14. And so we
yes,
our motion to do that.
Yes. You see, the vice mayor and Councilmember Fan are making it hard for me tonight. See that?
But we're not trying to.
I know. Yeah. Okay. Well, I support both the vice mayor and the council member on these, and Chris has laid out the two motions, and so I will
So
move.
do you want me to amend the motion then?
So Councilmember Montano, the best way to do it, and it's probably a two-step process, and then there's going to be a third motion. So I apologize. It's just the procedure.
I see. The vice mayor.
I know. Now I see, and I apologize.
So the first would be to reconsider your motion on the approval of the agenda. So if somebody wants to make that motion and just gets the agenda back on the table to be approved.
I move it.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion by myself, second by Councilmember Fan. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is aye. The motion is carried. Approved. Chris, another one?
And then we'd be looking for a motion to now approve the agenda again, but deferring item 13 and 14 with additional direction on 14. And then we'll do one more after this one, and then we'll be done.
That's some skill, Chris. I appreciate it. You know, you got it. You got it down, Chris. Thank you. Our city attorney, we appreciate him. All right, I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by myself, second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor, virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Approved. Okay, great.
And the last motion, and I think the vice mayor was going to do this one, but anybody can make the motion. It's just to approve the consent calendar as is.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion by the vice mayor. We have a second by Councilmember Fan. All in favor, virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Approved. Okay, great. Fantastic. All right. All the items on the consent calendar are approved, moving us down to community development. Number 9, let's accept staff report on unhoused response and prevention in Milpitas and provide direction on the next steps. And this item is presented by our Director of Building Safety and Housing, Sharon Goey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Sharon Goey, Director of Building Safety and Housing. And tonight I'll be making the presentation with our Housing Manager, Adam Marcus. And we also have TJ Clark on the call. He's the Director of Mobile Homeless Services with Project We Hope, and he'll be available to answer any questions regarding the Dignity on Wheels program. Next slide.
We don't see the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Mike. So here's an outline of the presentation. We'll briefly look at the background, council direction, and then we'll look at services for unhoused residents, both for shower and laundry and other services. And then we'll look at homeless prevention services for at-risk residents, and then conclude with recommendations. Next slide. On October 6th, City Council heard from the county and Destination Home about the new 2020 to 2025 community plan to end homelessness. This plan contains 3 main strategies that you see on the screen there. These strategies form the basic framework of the community plan. To implement the community plan, in September, San Jose County convened a 30-member unhoused task force. This task force focused on strategy 3 of the community plan to identify solutions that can be implemented quickly. As with any new initiatives, an important consideration is city funding and staff resources. Staff is fully allocated current services and programs, and the city's budget is facing a structural deficit. All of these are important considerations. Next slide. Here's a timeline of the initiatives and possible elements that we have been discussing to respond to and prevent homelessness in Milpitas. It includes both short-term and long-term items. We have been researching and exploring these initiatives with our partners at the county, nonprofit service providers, Milpitas Unified School District, volunteers and grassroots teams and faith-based organizations, and also collaborating with other city departments. As we know, homelessness is growing in the region, especially during this pandemic. So it was timely that the council approved a contract with the county to conduct proactive outreach and assessment in Milpitas. So tonight we're considering 2 items: mobile shower and laundry service options and endorsement of the community plan. If council directs staff to implement shower and laundry services, staff will conduct outreach with a variety of stakeholders in the community. Council could also direct staff to research additional basic needs services. In spring 2021, staff plans to report back to council the findings from the street outreach that will be conducted by the county's homeless engagement and access team. This is going to help us learn about the needs of the unhoused residents in Milpitas. In 2021, staff will also explore intensive project-based case management service and supportive housing placement during the budget process. And we'll also continue to explore ways to enhance homelessness prevention services for Milpitas at-risk residents. Next slide. On November 10, council provided feedback on basic needs services and direct staff to return on December 1st of tonight with further research on those services. Council provided a number of comments on shower and laundry services, so Adam is going to present on those options next. Next slide.
Next slide. Thank you, Sharon, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Adam Marcus, Housing Manager. As Sharon mentioned, with shower and laundry services, following council direction, we were asked to look at lower cost shower and laundry options. Staff looked at 4 scenarios. Key considerations were cost for contractors, cost for city staff, finding accessible locations, gathering input from neighbors and nearby businesses, creating a reliable service that unhoused residents can count on, and finding locations with space and access to utilities. Next slide. The first option staff explored was Dignity on Wheels, a program of Project We Hope, a nonprofit organization in East Palo Alto that has been operating for over 11 years. Dignity on Wheels deploys mobile trailers with showers, laundry, a bathroom, and offers case management services during each 4-hour session. The case manager helps connect clients to shelter, resources, and services. Dignity on Wheels staff provide towels, laundry pods, hair and body wash, toilet paper, paper towels, gloves, disinfectant cleaners, and staff oversee and manage the session. Additional service providers can attend as well to conduct assessments and other services. Dignity on Wheels contracts month to month and usually takes a few weeks to connect with local residents. Dignity on Wheels prefers to hook up to water, sewer, and power, but can be self-sufficient if needed. Staff have since clarified that city staff do not need to be on site for the entire session, but rather a public works staff member needs to be on call in case anything comes up regarding the connections to the utilities. Staff estimates the cost for a 6-month pilot with weekly 4-hour sessions at approximately $33,492, which includes upfront staff time to vet sites, to plan logistics, to execute a contract, to be on call during weekly sessions, to monitor the contract, to analyze client data, to support outreach, to make sure people are aware of the service, and of course, the cost for Dignity on Wheels itself. Next slide. And here's a picture of one of the trailers. As you can see, it has a laundry service on the left. It has an ADA accessible shower and bathroom on the right. And in the middle, another regular shower stall. Next slide. The second option staff explored was a shower-only service at the Milpitas Sports Center. The service would provide shower and bathroom services and hygiene kits, but not laundry or case management. The service would require 2 part-time city staff, a custodial contractor, and would be based on appointments only. The service could take place while the facility is closed during the pandemic and when regular business hours resume during non-membership times or during non-peak hours. After the pandemic, the facility will be utilized more fully, and a shower service would need to be coordinated with other activities inside and adjacent to the sports center. Staff estimates the total cost would be approximately $25,319 for 6 months with 1 session per week, also 4-hour session. This would include upfront planning, equipment purchase for sanitizing, city staffing costs, and contractor costs. Laundry services would not be offered on site, which would be less convenient for unhoused residents wishing to change into clean clothing after showering. Next slide. The third option that staff explored was a volunteer mobile shower service sponsored by the Winter Faith Collaborative and Grace Solutions in San Jose. The van and trailer were purchased with donations and include 2 shower rooms, but no bathroom. Each session requires 3 volunteers. This service has been offered in San Jose for several years, but it remains unclear if Milpitas has sufficient volunteer capacity to offer reliable services. Reliability and a consistent schedule are important because many unhoused residents do not have access to phones or the internet. This service does not provide laundry or case management. The operational cost is nominal, but would require upfront staff time to vet sites and ongoing staff time to oversee connections to water, sewer, and electricity. Staff does not view this option as viable at this time, but staff does intend to stay in touch with the program operators should that change. Next slide. And finally, the fourth and final option that staff explored was a laundromat service where unhoused residents could use vouchers to wash clothes and belongings. Staff contacted 6 laundromat and dry cleaners, and many were initially receptive to the idea, but additional research would be needed to determine demand, find sites that are accessible to unhoused residents and nearby shower options, understand the cost and terms that businesses and nonprofit organizations would expect if they participate, consider potential impacts on nearby businesses, develop a process for vouchers and reimbursement, ensure that current health and safety protocols are also being followed. Staff estimates the total cost would range from $26,250 to $46,500 for 6 months of laundry services. This includes upfront staff time for planning and program design, contractor costs, and ongoing staff costs to process reimbursements and to monitor the program. Staff time is difficult to estimate since this would be a new program. Next slide. In summary, this chart shows 2 shower and laundry service packages. The first is Dignity on Wheels, which is one provider offering both services. They could provide more showers per session at a lower cost than creating a new sports center and laundromat, 2 new programs, one for showers and one for laundry. This is because city staff would need to create 2 new programs from scratch. Dignity on Wheels could roll out in approximately 2 months once a contract or a location is found and a contract is signed, whereas a laundromat service with the sports center could take 3 months or more. Next slide. If the council decides to fund shower and laundry services, staff recommends implementing a 6-month, once per week pilot with Dignity on Wheels, Project We Hope, at an estimated contract cost of $21,372. Staff makes this recommendation because Dignity on Wheels offers case management and is more convenient for unhoused residents as it combines services in one location. It has a higher shower capacity than the sports center option. It is cost effective and efficient to implement, and it is reliable and flexible with regard to where it can be set up. Next slide. And this is my last one. If council moves ahead with Dignity on Wheels, staff would conduct community outreach on potential sites. For funding, the city has approximately $89,000 left from the police department's BSCC grant. And forgive me, I forgot to write down what that means, but it's a state grant. And the city's police department has been using it for homeless outreach. The police department has signaled that Dignity on Wheels would be an appropriate use of these funds, especially if the service leverages other support services. For the unhoused, the BSCC grant could cover a 6-month pilot and up to 19 additional months for a total of 25 months. I should also note that Dignity on Wheels has a development team, and they have worked to attract and gather outside philanthropic donations to fund their deployments. And one example of that is in Gilroy, which is not funded by the city, but rather private donations. So after 6 months, the staff could evaluate the program and the council could decide to stop, continue, or expand it to more than 1 day per week. With that, I'll turn it back to Sharon to close us out.
Thank you, Adam. Okay. Next slide. All right. So for other services for unhoused residents, as we mentioned earlier, staff plans to report back to council on the findings from the street outreach in spring 2021. Staff proposes to evaluate additional services at that time. Sufficient time for outreach and assessment will be needed in order to understand the needs of the Milpitas unhoused residents. As a result of council approval for the contract with county for the proactive homeless outreach, in early 2021, staff will begin working with the Santa Clara County Homeless Engagement and Access Team. We'll also be meeting monthly with stakeholders, including the county, school district, nonprofit service providers, volunteer groups, and faith-based groups and other city departments. And both of these endeavors will inform us the demand on the different types of services and the service gaps in the next several months. Staffing resources is another consideration because there's just finite, limited staff capacity. And as we know, the city's budget is facing a structural deficit, so finding sustainable non-general fund funding source will be challenging. With these considerations, staff recommends understanding the needs and services that will be the most beneficial in Milpitas first, prior to allocating city funding and resources. Next slide. This slide may look a little bit familiar. As we presented in November, we also want to assist another vulnerable population in Milpitas. These are the residents that are housed but are at risk of becoming homeless. This group includes the McKinney-Vento students and families at the school district. To assist at-risk residents, we're working to enhance access to homeless prevention services, and we want to increase awareness to the resources in the countywide homeless prevention system and the city of Milpitas. Staff is formalizing coordination with regular meetings with stakeholders, and our goal is to increase communication to the community about these resources and services that are available in the county and also in the cities, such as the Milpitas Rent Relief Program and the Milpitas Assistance Program. We also want to utilize a variety of outreach methods, such as flyers and virtual workshops. And we want to do that through making connections with the landlord and tenant communities as well. Staff is also staying connected with the Destination Home request for qualification process. Destination Home has identified underserved populations in geographic areas like Milpitas, East San Jose, Morgan Hill, and Gilroy. Destination Home is seeking additional service providers to address these gaps to expand homeless prevention services. We anticipate additional providers and agencies to be announced beginning 2021. So staff will be working in coordination with these agencies to expand homeless prevention to residents at risk of becoming homeless in Milpitas. After the pandemic, the city could also potentially host a meeting space with some basic equipment such as a scanner and printer so that a homeless prevention system case manager can come to Milpitas on a regular interval, and they can screen clients for eligibility and help them complete documentation for such as financial assistance and referrals to legal services, domestic violence prevention services, and referrals to other services. The city could be working with school district and other organizations to help promote this pop-up type of event and make that into an access point. Next slide. So staff recommendation is for council to accept staff report and provide any recommendation and the next steps. This concludes our presentation, and staff will be happy to answer any questions. And as mentioned earlier, we have a representative from Project We Hope, TJ Clark. He'll be able to answer questions from the Dignity on Wheels program as well. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Sharon. A very important item in a very important evening in our city's council's history here as we look to create solutions for some of our lifetime's most challenging problems. I'm encouraged by the presentation. Thank you very much, Sharon. I really like it. Just I want to go straight to the shower part. Dignity on Wheels. Do we have somebody there?
Yes, Mayor. TJ Clark, Executive Director of Mobile Homeless Services for We Hope. Dignity on Wheels is one of my programs.
Awesome. How you doing, TJ? Maybe you could share with our community a little bit about Dignity on Wheels and how long it's been around and how many communities you work with and how many persons you have served, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So We Hope as an organization has been around for over 20 years. It was formed by Pastor Baines and his wife, Cheryl Baines, with a vision of serving those less fortunate, and it grew into a program to serve those that are unhoused in and through encampments and safe parking programs. About 5 years ago, Dignity on Wheels became a program under We Hope, with the first mobile homeless services trailer, or the Dignity on Wheels, or DOW trailer, as it has most commonly become referred to, as a combination unit, which is a shower and a laundry service. So prior to that inception, there were shower trailers and laundry trailers. And here at We Hope, we reached out to vendors to put together a combination unit, which also included ADA access, restrooms, showers, and laundry facilities. That was 5 years ago. Today, what we have is 10 trailers in our inventory, 6 of which are combination units, and then the other 4 are standalone units, such as restroom, laundry or shower only, and then ADA, which is a ADA combo unit, which is restroom and shower without a laundry. and then the trucks to pull this fleet. We are 100% standalone capable, which means our 1-ton trucks come with 600 gallons of water and have a 12,500 kilowatt diesel quiet generator that provides power to support the trailer asset that is being towed by the 1-ton truck and trailer. So in areas that we are in throughout the Bay Area, and in many times we've served and assisted in the wildfires in North Cal here to bring the services out where the utilities have been severed or where the encampments are. We can go out and we can continue to provide that service totally autonomous and disconnected from any service needs. When we are servicing municipalities, we do ask for the purpose of just reducing overall costs if there's any way that we can connect to the right electrical service on site, water service or sewer services. That's just a way that we can reduce our impact on our equipment and continue to provide services to the municipality or organization that has asked for services. Currently today, we are in 4 counties in the Bay Area. We are in 17 communities. I am entering into another contract with the city and county of San Francisco for next week. I'm in conversation currently with Santa Cruz County. And in February, we are actually taking our Dignity on Wheels program and we are launching first ever Southern California operation in Los Angeles in the Skid Row district. So we've been at this for, as I said, 5 years. And in that 5 years, we've served many of the unhoused. To date this year, we have provided 34,096 showers, and we have also did 14,135 loads of laundry to the unhoused here in the Bay Area.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing. I am happy that you're here with us this evening. Where are you today? Where are you right now? What city are you in? Just curious to know.
I'm currently standing in my office in East Palo Alto.
Okay. Hello from Milpitas. Yes. No, I really in support of your program tonight. How's the hot water for the showers?
So we run with the demand water heater that is attached, and it runs at 120 degrees. So the water is pumped out of our tanks by a water pump that cycles it through the demand source water heater, and the showers are on timers so that after 15 minutes they do shut off. So it isn't come on in and take a 30-minute shower. It's not a sauna. It's an opportunity to wash, take a shower, get your laundry serviced and cleaned. We set up on site and we start up right away. And the second we fire up, the water's hot because we use the demand hot water tanks.
Thank you. That's really great. That's exactly what our community needs. I know I serve in the National Guard and finishing up here, but I've been in locations where we had to take a shower in trailers, and so I've taken a shower in a trailer before, and so I know how just needed it is and what it can mean in a cold environment. And it's very good to hear that there's steaming hot water. Sometimes a hot shower can really change everything. So that's great. Now the laundry piece, and my questions are really directed because I want to make sure everybody has an opportunity. I saw one of the slides, and how many sets of laundry are on a trailer, or let's say there's. Well, let me ask you too. And staff can answer this. The trailer will likely be out there twice a week, or 4 hours per time, or maybe we can go over that one more time. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, thanks, Barry. I think what we're proposing is once per week, 4 hours per session.
Okay. Yeah, and so I'm just concerned about if there's a dozen people, how I want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to utilize the laundry set. I live in a fourplex, and there's one set of laundry washer and dryer for 4 units, communal. And so I can understand how that goes a little bit. And I just want to make sure, sometimes like 45 minutes, 50 minutes for turnaround time with laundry. And so I do like the fiscal impact of Dignity on Wheels, but if we can supplement that with laundry coins, I know there's a concentration of unsheltered folks off of Calaveras and 680. I know this very well. And so I know there's a laundromat right there next to Omega. And so I'd like to see if we can supplement as needed. But yeah, TJ, I think there's only one set, or how many sets of laundry are there on the trailer?
So if that's the question, sir, may I, and let me say thank you for your service. I too served 30 years in the U.S. Army, so I find myself here now at We Hope. So I can totally appreciate a nice warm shower. Our trailers, the 6 units that we have, are various configurations. But on average, our trailers will show up with no less than 2 washing machines and 2 dryers. Some trailers, the newer models and the ones that we're continuing to have built for us, have 3 washers and 3 dryers. In a 4-hour session, we can do 17 loads of laundry, and we typically will put in the last load of laundry about 30 minutes prior to us shutting down services. And that's why we, in conversation with your associates in the city, we've talked about this being a pilot program. As it was spoke of in the briefing, a lot of times it takes a little bit of time to develop the clientele because people need to understand we're there. And at that time, we can adjust services. We can adjust the time that we're out per each visit, or we can do additional visits, or we can ensure that if we know already that the need is there, we can make sure that we send out our trailer with more laundry capacity than less to be able to serve your unhoused in your community and satisfy your contract.
Very well, I hear that. What location staff are we going to be potentially parking this trailer, if I may ask? I'm not sure if I saw it on the presentation.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few sites that that have been sort of tentatively discussed, but I think there's a lot more analysis that needs to happen. So I think if the council is interested in moving forward, we would want to figure out what criteria for the community would make sense and what's convenient both for the users as well, for the people who will be using the trailer, and then come back. Or I don't know, Sharon, if you have thoughts on how the process should work, but as TJ said, there's a lot of flexibility in where you put it, but they prefer to have access to some of those utilities. And another thought is that it would be on a Sunday. So some of the thinking is that you can kind of get your week started after a shower. You can maybe have job interviews, things like that. Also, you know, people are sort of not all businesses are operating on Sunday, so that may open up additional opportunities where they can locate.
Yeah, there's definitely options for the service location. Okay, thank you. Good to know where we're at, which is beginning. And so, you know, I think the main thing for me is the cost savings. Going with this proven service, rather than our other options that require more staff time. And so I get that. One thing I want to ask the city council is, before I hand it over to the vice mayor, if we can add some amount to our Milpitas families, 400 students in our school district with non-permanent housing, with no permanent housing. I know sometimes laundry is an issue. We see it all over the news throughout the country, where folks are trying to make ends meet. And, you know, some school districts have provided actual laundry facilities on campus, but that's not where I'm going with this. But if we can set aside a small amount, it can even be a pilot amount and laundry tokens, so that any family in the school district that may need it, which there are people that need it, families that need it. If we can allocate a smaller amount to, you know, those families, we have our social worker at the high school or our school district who understands all the families. And if that's an option that we can provide as a city for our families, for our residents, I think that's what I want to come to the council tonight for. If we can add that, doesn't have to be a ginormous amount, really. Maybe $1,000 or $2,000 to see how much need is there. I know when I grew up here in Milpitas, son of immigrants, no college education, no social kind of class at all. And, my mother used to hand wash our clothes coming from her country. That's what they did. And as she came to America, due to the economics, she hand washed our clothes here in Milpitas, and it was cheaper than laundry services. So I do want to take my experience to ask the council this evening if we can add some small money to help out those that also are in need in that in the laundry way. So thank you very much for listening. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much. Let me put my hand down so I remember. So first, TJ, I've heard a lot about your program, some really great things about your program. So I'm going to be very supportive of moving forward on this one. I just have a few questions, both of you and then of staff. And mine is with you is not so much about the mechanics of it all, but it's about the type of staff you bring with you to do the assessment, or what kind of staff do you bring and what do they do?
Good evening, Vice Mayor, and thank you for asking that question. So we hope as a program is about giving opportunity and chances to those that have found themselves in a capacity in some way or another kind of down on their luck. So through our Dignity on Work program and through other outreach campaigns, we do employ those that qualify to be able to be a driver, because these are large trucks and trailers. So they have to go through the process, have a clear background check, have a clear DMV record, and be able to be put onto We Hope's insurance. A lot of times we have drivers and intake specialists, as we call them, that assist the drivers in the field that were formerly unhoused. They were either at one time impacted by some critical change in life due to job loss or some other type of unforeseen situation that put them in a capacity to be experiencing homelessness. So they themselves have experienced homelessness and are very passionate about serving those that are unhoused. Now, we do couple that with an internal program where we bring in others that can work alongside with our drivers and our intake specialists and kind of do a train from within approach to helping others grow and achieve and be successful beyond just becoming an intake specialist or a driver. And there is nothing wrong with that, but if you aspire to move further, we also provide that opportunity. Now, our case managers, on the other hand, they go through the formalized case manager training. And what we use the case manager for to work in collaboration with our drivers that are intake specialists is to, when we get into the field, a lot of times what we find is the unhoused won't seek services. And some of the services they need are very minimal at the very basic level to even be able to get a job. A lost driver's license without the ability or opportunity to afford to buy a new one, or how to get somewhere to do that. And our case management team will work in collaboration with our drivers. A lot of our drivers are trained as case managers, and then we also have standalone case managers that will marry up with our programs, with our driver, truck, and trailer, and they'll go on site. Things like lost birth certificate, little things that an individual would otherwise say, you know what, I don't know how to go get a job because I don't have the proper credentials. Our case management team can help with. We can even be even more comprehensive. And in some municipalities where we don't have a case management program established as a third party or an add-on vendor, our internal case management team will help with housing vouchers, affordable housing, getting individuals into shelters and shelter programs, drug addiction, drug abuse programs, mental health capacity in some way or another, and refer. So we have a very broad spectrum of an approach towards how we try to take care of those that are unhoused. And in our experience, what we find is actually over a course of time, we have a reduction in the unhoused and within encampments and unsafe parking programs, because with our ability to provide them with an opportunity to shower and to wash their clothes, they actually become employed and then healthy and then housed, which is a moniker of ours that we hope: healthy, housed, and employed. So that's kind of where our approach, our team, and what we do for the unhoused.
So Sharon, if I could ask maybe the same question, you have the city staff of about $9,120. Could you sort of describe what that cost is going towards in this pilot program?
Yes, I think you're looking at the 6-month city staff cost, right?
Correct.
Correct.
I'm
Yeah.
just looking at something more specific.
Yes. So that was an estimate from both the cost for staff being on call, and also includes the estimate for staff to monitor the contract, analyze the data, and conduct periodic outreach to make sure the unhoused residents become aware of the service, knowing the day and time and location for it. So that's what we have included in this estimate for the staff time. And it's at the fully burdened rates.
So it isn't really interacting with any of the unhoused or any of the clients or any person. It's really just monitoring the contract and such. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, it's monitoring that and just the coordination with Dignity on Wheels, with their team, and yes.
Okay. So TJ, would the information you're going to be collecting then, who would you be sharing that with? The caseworkers would be sharing that information with persons from the county. I happen to agree with the mayor that if we can somehow assist those students at MUSD, that's helpful, but it's also information. Once any information we gather needs to be shared back with someone. So would that be shared with MUSD? The adults would be with the county, or how do you do that?
So, sir, what we do is we work with the municipality to find out what data you want tracked. Because we use an HMIS platform, and pardon me if I butchered those initials up, but I have so many being thrown at me every single day. Our intake specialists in the field, they take the unhoused information and it goes into our CRM. Our CRM uses the same back-end management system and monitoring system that Santa Clara County currently uses. So it can be viewed in essentially real time by agencies within the county to be able to look at. We get the unhoused individual's number once they're into the database. So every time they receive a service from the Dignity on Wheels program, whether they're in Milpitas, East Palo Alto, Gilroy, if they move around, they have an HMIS number and they can be identified by date of birth and last name, it automatically populates into the system. Some of the metrics that we capture and report to, and again, it's agency specific, so you would have to tell us who you want us to send it to, but we could certainly send it to anybody that is privileged to receive that data. We check on how many clients we service. We can do it daily, monthly, weekly. We can report how many are returning clients, how many are unduplicated clients. So this first time, and that's how we track whether or not the population of the unhoused goes up or down. We can track total number of showers provided, total loads of laundry we provided, ethnicity from American Indian all the way down to they didn't want to give us an ethnicity or race. By age, we can track them. We have some reports we have to do 19 and under all the way to 79 years and older. So our system can be tailored pretty tight to what your needs are. And that all is worked out within the contract. so that when we start the process of invoicing, we also lay on top of that the metrics you want to see to be able to get the data you need.
So, so I just have one more question then. So, because I really do think it's an exceptional program you run. So are you able to use the assessment tool? And I'm not even going to try to use the initials or the acronym that the Santa Clara County uses.
So yes, the back end system, and it starts with the C, and I apologize, it's left my head, but it marries up with our program that we use, which we use as Salesforce, but the back end that populates the data is that same HMIS system, so that it's manageable and duplicatable and can be monitored.
Okay. So I would have asked you, Councilmember Dominguez, to pronounce it for us if he told me he didn't know what I was talking about. So Mayor, I don't want to leave out that portion you talked about. I really am in favor of assisting the McKinney-Vento group also. I would, and I'm hoping, Sharon, what you talked about is would be the ability to include those types of things like laundry and other things within that last category you talked about on the chart. And at some point, I would hope a presentation by the school district so we know what they're doing so that we don't duplicate it, but we could reinforce some of the things and or add new things that would assist those students and families along the way. So those are my thoughts. Thank you. And thank you for what you're doing.
Very well, thank you very much. Next up here, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you so much, staff, for the presentation, and Dignity on Wheels for what the work that you do. I definitely want to support the mayor as a single parent and as someone who has washed clothes and has unfortunately struggled when my daughter was younger. I know how hard it could be to just get to the laundry service. And so one is to be able to afford it. And two is be able to go and actually use the service. And so I definitely want to echo the sentiments by the vice mayor of how important it is to help with that facilitation of service with our McKinney-Vento families. I definitely would like also to bring back a presentation just to make sure we're not duplicating services with the school district. And I actually would like to know a little bit more what they're doing to help support the families that we both serve. In terms, I really like how Dignity on Wheels provides the HMIS system. I think that's awesome. And I think that's going to enhance some of the services that this council has previously approved. And so I am definitely in support of this pilot program. And I also, my question would be just, and again, it's just the coordination with county services once we get there, Sharon, and we could just make sure, and I'm sure you're on it, but definitely I would like to just make sure there's a coordination effort between those two systems, just to make sure that we're getting that data and that we're using the data. So when you come back in the spring of 2021, we could go ahead and evaluate the progress and how we're doing. Currently, I do have a question for Dignity on Wheels. Just in terms, definitely, I think one of the things, the access points is important. And so I'm excited to bring one more access point to Milpitas. But I was just wondering, do you have any clients right now from Milpitas that maybe go to other services in other cities that you may know of? And I'm just a little intrigued to see if families, travel out of Milpitas to get that service.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. That is a great question. I would be able to find that data if you wanted to bear with me while I jump on my access point and look for it. But yes, we do track it that way if the client is willing to provide us the data. So it is a metric we could actually provide you the answer to.
Yeah, thank you so much. No need to jump over. I was just wondering, but Sharon will get that information later. So thank you so much for being with us this evening. I am truly excited to see this pilot program finally come to light, and definitely very excited to see our most vulnerable families get services, because this could be the difference between an opportunity for them to change their life. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Next up here, we have Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. This is really great. Thank you, staff, for a great presentation, Sharon and Adam. I do agree that we need to coordinate with the county, since we've already funded their efforts to do data assessments, and that way you guys can work together. It seems to me that we really, TJ, thank you for your presentation, for what you said. But it seems to me that the best agency to really, really work with is Milpitas Unified School District at the school sites. I'm wondering that trailer, how long is that trailer? How many feet is it?
All included, we try to get about a 50-foot span, and we do work with other municipal school sites throughout the Bay Area because of the points that you guys have brought to light.
Yeah, that 50-foot is pretty big, so you're going to have a hard time finding sites without encroaching on businesses and so forth, and parking spaces. And you also mentioned that you wanted to have the outlets there where you can use their electricity. So it seems that Milpitas Unified School District, they do have the sites, the schools, the electrical, and there's in different parts of the city. So that would be a good, maybe having a joint use agreement with them, or I don't know, working it out with the city and the school district. But it seems to me that would be the best venue. Also, we have a couple of Latino liaisons at the school district, and they know the families, and they that work with the McKinney-Vento program. And I like your idea, Mayor, about giving them coins so they can go to the laundromat. A lot of students need that. Let me see what else. And I do like that you do have a database. Would you share that database with, because I know our police department they know where all the homeless are. They communicate because they communicate with them because we have a program that funds them. Do you share that database with PD and the school district and the McKinney-Vento and the Latino liaisons? Would you, TJ?
Thank you so much for your question. The short answer is yes. We have a longstanding history of working with local law enforcement. Pastor Baines is part of the chaplaincy program and was one of the founding members here in East Palo Alto Police Department. So what we really look at is what are the needs of the organization. So if you want to tie us in with the other agencies that need that information, we can certainly provide that. And it isn't a direct access or a back-end system. We are able to actually populate the data and then send it out. Some of the other systems that the county may use may have the back end where they can actually share it as a link or a drive in some way, but the data is available. We receive it in real time, and then we can extract the data as required by the agency and then disseminate it to whoever you would deem needs to receive it.
Yeah, it seems that the more agencies that are in that matrix, the more you will be able to help these individuals. I also like the laundry that you have on site, the showers. Those are all essential services. And I like how you mentioned on a Sunday. I think that's a really good day to do the outreach for the 4 hours. And the other thing is, I really do like this. One more question. the food pantry, from my understanding, the food pantry staff, this is a question for staff, they provide a shower. Do they still provide a shower, or is that not the case? Sharon?
Yeah, actually, yes, thank you, Councilmember Montano. We actually, spoke to the food pantry, and we actually visited them a while ago too, prior to the pandemic. And the shower they have it's a shower within their facility that in the past they were letting people use it. But it's not any formal program. And of course, during the pandemic, they have not done that, and nor is it really safe to do that. So.
Okay, yeah.
And it's just it's just one shower.
Okay, so, and I like that you have 10 trailers, so you're able to go to be there at different places. But I think the school district, the school site has that electricity, and that would be able to provide those services. I like the showers, the toilets, all that. This is wonderful. So another question, I know the county had, I don't know if they still have it, but they had a medical unit, and it was a trailer, and they would go to different homeless encampments. It's been around for, God, I think 10, 15 years.
Valley Homeless Healthcare Program bus. It's a bus.
Yeah, that's what it's called. So do you?
Gary drives the bus, yeah.
Do you coordinate with them, TJ?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So we have collaborated with that medical care component in the past. However, now we hope, as a mobile homeless services outreach program, has its own motorhome that's called Hope Health Mobile, that operates within the city of San Jose, that essentially does that same process. So we really don't collaborate too much anymore with the bus that goes out into the encampments, because where needed, we can bring that aspect of service right alongside our Dignity on Wheels program, or as a standalone capacity as well. So short answer, yes. Long preamble is we have services now internally to satisfy that need.
Hey, council member, this is Adam from the city. If I can add on to that, we did talk to the county, and they said that they could, the backpack doctor team, that they could talk to us about making more visits to Milpitas, and if it sort of depends on the need. So I think they said once the outreach starts with the county, they can definitely coordinate with that team and make more visits.
Yeah, great. And then this is wonderful. This is what we've been asking for. Thank you so much. And I will. Well, I guess when the time comes for us to vote, I will definitely vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. Next up with the virtual raise hand, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I'll be brief. First of all, I support your program and your mission 100%. And thank you for being here today. For your trailers, are they EVs or a hybrid, or are they the traditional trailers that we're accustomed to?
Thank you so much for that question, Councilmember. So again, not a very quick yes or no. So they're a hybrid trailer because we have to get them custom built, but they're not hybrid in the capacity of the efficiencies that we would like to have as far as green. However, the new trailers that I order are going to be as green as I can get them, with solar powered devices and things of the sort to reduce our carbon footprint. But in the beginning, the only trailers that we could get that were large enough to have the capacity were standard 30-foot, what would have essentially been originally like a tow-behind motorhome converted to outfit with showers and laundry. So we are moving that direction, but currently we don't have anything that meets what we would essentially hope to be a full EV capacity.
Sure, no worries. I just bring it up, you know, on the question of the amount of electricity you actually need. I would assume that it's actually not all that much in comparison to the costs of you know, other things for you to provide your service. Regarding your data, so who owns that data? Do you own that data? Is that data going to be for public use only, or rather, I'm sorry, government use only, or do people have any reason to be concerned whether or not, you know, data collected on them would be sold to private parties?
That is a very good question. Thanks for asking that. And as a matter of fact, you're the first one I think has asked me that question in the last few months. So we have to follow all HIPAA regulations and requirements. So if you're familiar with that, as that most of us are, that means no. That data is proprietary unless by contract you have elected to whom we can share that to. Now, if it's one person, maybe it's the mayor who receives it for Milpitas, but then sends it on. That's not something that we have any control over. But internally, even though we use a CRM on the back end for ourselves, it's limited access and needs to know, for your eyes only, if you will. So, and okay, even the hard copy documents are kept locked up in the Dow program coordinator, her office, and inside of a locked safe. So all of the data is safeguarded and it's not available for public knowledge.
Okay. That's helpful. On the data side, on the end of you know, cooperating with well, namely law enforcement agencies, I do think while it can be helpful in a lot of scenarios, I empathize with those who don't have citizenship status and their fears. So I would ask that if you do collect data on that you would keep that to yourself.
Well, Councilman, if I may let you know that before coming here to work for We Hope, I actually worked in San Diego building asylum shelters for those that were legally allowed into the United States. So I too understand the plight, and we do track that data, but that data is not made available to anybody, especially if the municipality requests that we sequester that information. So it is available. We can do it that way as well. Okay,
you know, that's really helpful, and yeah, I'm supportive of those efforts. And lastly, just no, I support what the mayor brought up earlier regarding the laundry. I think something to just be mindful of. I don't think it actually affects the goal you're trying to accomplish, is our coin shortage, and it's rather related to the material that you use to create the coins. So as much as we can to not contribute to that problem. It doesn't necessarily need to be coins, but I'm still supportive of the whole idea. So,
thank you very much, Councilmember Fan.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Very thoughtful comments, actually, all around. And so, thank you, Council. We're going to go to public comment here, but I want to thank the Council for being united here on this item, and I will go to our city manager. If we can ask your staff to maybe take a look in the Milpitas Assistance Program and create some sort of voucher program. Coinless is fine, and also a detergent. Actually, I forgot to mention that. The detergent, maybe the goodie, maybe a Ziploc bag or something with the voucher and detergent, so that, and a dryer sheet, sort of a thing. Steve, can I send that your way on behalf of the council here?
I think on behalf of the council, that's the direction of the council, and I think staff completely understands where you're going. So if you give us the concept, we'll get the details right.
Yeah, fantastic. So I think that's the concept enough there, huh? Yeah. So local laundromat voucher. This is separate from the Unhoused here, but we're talking about the MUSD students.
We've all been there. We've all been to the laundromat. I don't think one person hasn't been through the experience. So we know what anybody would need to take care of their laundry.
Yeah. You learn a lot at the laundromat, and you see laundromats are great these days. There's Wi-Fi. Back when I was doing laundry, I dropped off at the laundromat. There was no Wi-Fi. But anywho, but yeah, thank you, staff, for supporting the council here.
So I have one. Can I make one more comment?
Yeah, sure. And then we'll go to public comment. Go ahead, Councilman.
Just to let you know, East Palo Alto School District, Ravenswood area, they have provided washing machines at one of their school sites where they have a high population of poverty. So they thought they were thinking out of the box, and it's still going pretty strong. So I just threw that out there. You never know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I guess it's all really dependent on the need for each respective community. So yeah, so Steve, you have everything you need here for now, and then we'll come back around.
It sounds like we didn't talk about length, but it sounds like pilot program, you're still going to discuss the exact dollar amount that you'd like to fund, likely out of the same fund that we're assuming.
Yeah.
Qualifying fund.
I mean, 400 families. Yeah, I would say there's 400 students and their families in the school district approximately. And so maybe we can start with, some type of cost estimate for half. Not sure what the demand is. We'll set, amount not to exceed, but I think 200 is fine. And then we'll go from there.
When you make your motion, we'll have that detail.
Yeah, that'll be in there for our students. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's go to public
But,
comment.
Just one more. Shouldn't you ask the McKinney-Vento person that what the number is, so that way you'll know what is needed.
Let's do that. Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Montana. Yeah. So we don't know that. Maybe we'll make a phone call on the staff side. How about that? Yeah, great. Yeah.
That's exactly correct.
There it is. Thank you. See, Councilor Montana. Thank you. See that? All right, let's go to public comment here. First up here, actually, Walter Montemayor.
Hello. Yeah, Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. The Unhoused Response and Prevention in Milpitas. Great presentation. Good. For me, to the conclusion is we should accept they're doing good. Sharon, Adams, and TJ, they're doing great. Now I have 150 words here. I scribbled them, and in 100 seconds, I'll mention the words. Anyway, what I observe now is not much that I could see before around the church. I go to church almost every day. Around gasoline stations, not much that I could see them now. So I think you're doing now not only the root causes, but we're doing now the actual solutions of the strategy 1, 2, 3. That's good. That's great. Now, I don't know, I don't want to mention, I also mentioned before a center. In other words, I'm not trying to take out the wheel, the dignity on wheels. But if they are also like us, they need socialization, they need recreation, they need shopping, but it's hard. It's good that you are now the transient service. It's not now the unhoused as the transient unhoused people. So that's good. Now you mentioned, I thought I was going to say copy the county will copy from the city to cities to county and in the state. You mentioned San Diego, it's great. And then you mentioned the whole country. In other words, we can solve this problem. It's a big problem, and house is a big problem, and hopefully it won't multiply. In other words, very good. Let's see, I have more writing here. Yeah, we want also these people to enjoy. And you mentioned that there's a wide range. The one that we cannot help it good, and the one that are capable to work. We will discover them and through this program. I have more to say, but that's all I can scribble now or in my sayings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Next up here, we have Lisa here on Zoom. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and Council. I hope you are doing well this evening. On behalf of my organization and the members that I speak for, we support the city staff recommendation to provide mobile showers and laundry services units via Dignity on Wheels. We commend the city staff for all their efforts, hard work, and for collaborating with us on this project. We would also like to address the amount of time city staff is estimating to come back to council with recommendations on items such as sanitation, meals, etc. As Hope for the Unhoused has been in the field since August, we respectfully request to work alongside Sharon and her team. We believe that the collaboration is key and can help expedite the process. Hope also recommends that the City of Milpitas adopt the county's 5-year plan to end homelessness. We thank you for taking action on this very important matter, and we look forward to making a positive impact together. We look forward to hearing from you soon. Respectfully.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Allison McDonald.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tran and City Council. I really appreciate that the city is working towards serving our unhoused residents and solving the housing problem in Milpitas. I think it's really important for people to be able to get clean, as it provides people with a sense of dignity and an opportunity to be presentable for jobs, interviews, and access to other services. Having a mobile hygiene unit with case management is even better and will help our unhoused navigate systems to access the services they need in order to stabilize. The mobile unit visit can also be a centralized location for providing other resources. This is a great first step for many to get their lives in order. And I'm really pleased that it sounds like you're going to approve this service, especially since suitable funding has been identified. I do think, however, that there is a need to offer the service twice a week, given that we are aware of nearly 70 unhoused residents in our city. I do disagree with the staff recommendation to wait several months for further information regarding meeting other basic needs and temporary services. There's an obvious need for sanitation and hygiene at the camps where the unhoused currently live. The HEAT team will assess individual needs for things like addiction counseling, job training, supportive housing, and healthcare. We don't need them to tell us that the unhoused need facilities for the restroom and hand washing or trash collection. As staff says under potential funding resources in their report, temporary solutions for unhoused residents could improve quality of life, especially during the pandemic. So we can't wait for months. The most common complaints about unhoused in our city are the accumulation of trash and lack of sanitation. These impact the quality of life not only of the unhoused, but also of nearby residents. It's important that, especially while we all focus more on hygiene and cleanliness to prevent spread of the virus, we provide services to the unhoused until they can be housed and sheltered. Please ask staff to return with information and recommendations for these basic services by the first meeting in January. I'm also very concerned by the lack of recommendation around creating temporary emergency shelter or a navigation center or safe parking and camping. If we created one or more of these programs, the other services above would be less necessary, and we would also protect people from the elements and from potential violence The women in our camps are especially vulnerable. Everyone deserves a safe place to lay their head at night. The staff have suggested that the council need to not focus on housing.
Thank you very much. Next
until
up, we have
next
Irving
fall.
Kumar Mehta.
Good evening, Mayor Rich Tran, City Council members, city staff. I just wanted to mention that, with the laundromat and the laundry program, the concept is very much similar to nowadays, what we call the pay on the run and, pay the insurance. You run the car, with the number of miles, and then you pay the insurance, cost for that car and the miles you got driven. So in the same way, the concept, for the laundromats as well as the laundry, could be developed. In terms of a daily usage, the appropriate coupons could be provided to the affordable housing applicants, and they could utilize on a daily basis that on a need based use that what are the number that how many times they wanted to use the laundromats, as well as take the shower, and as well as set the timer on the shower for a number of minutes. Say for example, they could be given a 5 minutes of a shower every day for the pay as you go, and as well as set the appropriate clothing and the laundromat services as well. Thank you very much, Mayor Tran, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Michaela Parrish.
Good evening, Mayor Tran. I'm actually using my daughter's computer tonight. This is actually Jacqueline Romero, resident for Milpitas since 1983. Just wanted to thank you all for moving forward on this. I'm excited to hear that you guys are going to be approving this. I didn't want to focus my comment on the fact that we have been asking for this since June, and we brought it to the sub-housing committee in July. I didn't want to focus on that, but I do want to focus on the fact that it's been several months since then that we brought it to your attention that this is needed. And on behalf of Milpitas Family First, I just want to thank you all for having the conversation about McKinney-Vento kids. I think it's really important that we don't forget them when we talk about the unhoused homeless community. We do have a great team at the school district that we met with. Nicole Stewart is doing a great job, but she does definitely need help. And then I just want to acknowledge Sharon and her team. Wednesday night, while we're all trying to get ready for our Thanksgiving dinners, Miss Sharon was with me talking about the programs and also talking about how we can work together. So I'm just really excited that the city is moving forward on helping the unhoused, and you're being proactive at this point. So just thank you all for doing your part. And I look forward to hearing about the 5-year End Homeless plan and also commenting again. So thank you again for your time, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the residents that are joining the effort to address the unsheltered here in Milpitas. This council's been working on this since 2017, and so we welcome all the hands on deck we can. Next up, we have Thomas Valori.
Good evening, Chamber. Council, I mean.
Oh, wrong meeting, sir.
I can't break old habits, I guess. In any event, I wanted to compliment city staff on the research that they've done and bringing some excellent information to us all on which to make decisions. In the interest of brevity, let me say I echo the comments that you heard from Lisa Moreno and from Allison. Those individuals have been out in the field for months now servicing the unhoused community and are well familiar with their needs and what what they have and what they don't have. And in fact, they spent a good number of days here over the Thanksgiving weekend making sure that there are hot meals available on, I think, 3 days out of the 4 days, if not 4. But that's all to say that they do know what the needs are. And in the interest of speeding things up a bit, rather than doing further research, use the information that already exists that they have gathered as a result of their outreach on a weekly basis. And there's no need, I think, to take it that much further. And this way, possibly moving more quickly and getting the services out more quickly, which are desperately needed. Don't forget, we got winter coming up here. It's here, not coming up here. Well, I guess officially it won't be here until the 21st, but still, it's getting cold and the services are sorely needed. So it's imperative that we act with speed and get these services out to these people that are in need. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for what I've heard this evening. It sounds like you have a good appreciation for what the need is and are about to vote in the affirmative for the services that have been recommended. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. You too. Stay with us, sir. We got plenty more to talk about. Okay, that's it with public comment. According to the virtual raised hands, I want to thank everybody. I'll bring it back up to the virtual dais here. Let's wrap this thing up. I know we have more items to get to. We've heard from our city council. And so going back to Sharon or IT, if we can get that slide. I mean, what are we making a motion here for? I know services. Let's lay it out for the public here. Okay, recommendation, that'll do too. So it sounds like we're gonna approve or make a motion to approve the staff report and the direction to go with the Dignity on Wheels pilot. And then also throw in collaboration with the school district to provide laundry vouchers and some basic detergent and dryer sheets after consulting with the school district to see what the need is. Am I forgetting anything? Sharon, maybe? What do you think?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, we actually have a backup slide for the language. If you are directing staff to proceed with an agreement for the Dignity on Wheels program, so yes, we can share that too. Yeah, Mike, if you want to just go to, it's the first backup slide.
Oh, great. Oh, great.
Is that a motion, Mayor?
That's a motion by me.
Mayor,
okay, I second that.
Can I chime in here?
Then we'll go to Chris.
Make a motion on this. So this isn't actually on your staff report or on the agenda in this manner. So I would not want you to take a motion that does what's on the screen. I think what you could do is do a motion to accept the staff report and then do a second motion, just giving direction to staff as to what we return back with in terms of information and potential items that you could approve.
We need two motions for that, Chris. Do we
no, really you could do it as one. So you could take a motion to accept the staff report and then provide the direction to staff, which would consist of essentially agreeing with staff's recommendation, and then I think expanding upon the recommendation based on your suggestion.
Thank you. Very helpful. I'm trying to. These motions are getting out of control here. I'm trying to get consolidated appropriately. So, we'll receive. This is the motion to receive the staff report, and
include
and direct staff to go with the Dignity on Wheels pilot program, 6 months. And we'll gauge it along the way, folks. We'll see what the need is. I understand. Is this going to be enough? People are asking, is this going to be enough? You know what? We're going to gauge it. And, if it's appropriate, I'm not sure if it is appropriate, but I know community members might be interested in watching this program unfold, but I don't even think that's appropriate. In some cases, we want to really protect the privacy of these fine individuals. So. But we will keep you updated. But yeah, so the direction is to go with the pilot program, Dignity on Wheels, 6 months, and also throw in collaboration with the school district to see what the need is for launch.
And then the token or the laundromat, didn't you say for the Vento McKinney?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah. Yeah, and that's separate, kind of Milpitas assistance program. It's separate from the trailers, folks. We're not doing the students. It's separate. But
I second that.
okay, great. It sounds like we have everything, right? I hate to put the brakes. All right, let me take a pause here. We got a virtual raised hand. Let's go to Norma Morales. I'll stop it here for Norma. Hey, Norma. Welcome. I know you're there. I see the virtual raised hand.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we're stopping this thing for you. Go ahead.
You are amazing. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. I just really want to thank all the city council member and the vice mayor and all of you guys for all your ongoing support. Personally, you know, as you guys know me, I work for MUSD. I am the Latino liaison, and I work with most of those 400 families. We're running around, we do the home visits, we go get the food for them, we try to raise food for them. You know, I really don't get to say much. I do love to listen to all you guys' meetings and the passion that you guys have to support our families, our Milpitians families also, that they're always advocating and fighting for our families. So this is like music to my ears to know all the support that you guys doing. Thank you so much for stopping this. And I just wanted to say, I appreciate the support. Definitely right now, there's gonna be a little bit of more need because of, you know, the moratorium is about to be, you know, like over, and our families are still struggling with now the COVID and all the restrictions. Families are still losing, you know, their jobs, and there's more need. So anything helps out. Thank you so much for the support. That's it.
And thank you for all the work you do in the community. We got a motion by myself. We have a second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor of virtual call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself as an aye, the motion is carried, and that's approved. Item number 9 is in the books. I want to thank everybody. One pat on the back, and let's keep working. I know there's a lot more to do. Next up, item number 10.
Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I just want to let you know I'm feeling a bit under the weather, so I stayed for that item, but I am going to excuse myself if I may.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your health comes first. And please reach out to any of us or Steve. Let us know. Let us know how we can be here for you.
Thank you very much.
Hope
Yes,
you
sir.
feel better, Bob.
Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Steve, if we can follow up with the vice mayor to make sure he's okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Next up, number 10, adopt a resolution to endorse the 2025 Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness. And let's go back to Sharon.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can go to the first slide. Thank you. Just for background, on October 6th, the City Council received presentations of the 2020 to 2025 Community Plan to End Homelessness from Destination Home, Santa Clara County, and city staff. And then on November 17th, the City Council requested that the endorsement of the plan to return to Council on December 1st. So tonight, the proposal before you is to consider adopting a resolution to endorse the Community Plan to End Homelessness. And since you received the full presentation in October, we're going to do just a brief presentation tonight. Next slide. Okay. 5 years ago, the Milpitas City Council endorsed the 2015 to 2020 Community Plan. Now, the county and Destination Home have developed the plan for the next 5 years. This community plan, it's a regional roadmap to ensuring a safe and stable home for everybody. This is a framework that is consisted of a set of long-term strategies to prevent homelessness for at-risk residents that would include McKinney-Vento families and students, and also to end homelessness for unhoused residents. With homelessness being a regional issue, preventing and ending homelessness requires collaboration and coordination of resources at all levels of government, together with nonprofit agencies and community-based organizations. For Milpitas, many of the community plan strategy are items that the City Council has advanced, including policies and programs that have been implemented here at the city. The activities and initiatives being planned are also in alignment with the community plan. And to highlight some examples, the Rent Relief Program has been assisting vulnerable residents to prevent displacement and curb short-term homelessness. And the Single Core Project is going to provide affordable units and supportive housing. Next slide. Okay. Now we'll just cover some brief highlights from the October presentation of the community plan. Over the past 5 years, a lot of progress has been made in the county. From the adoption of the prior community plan in 2015 to the end of 2019, over 8,800 households experiencing homelessness, representing over 14,000 people, were permanently housed. In this same period, the temporary housing capacity across the county was doubled. Partners throughout the county were brought together to create a homelessness prevention system to serve households across the county. More than 1,600 veterans were housed during this period also. In 2016, voters approved Measure A, the $950 million affordable housing bond. This shows that the community as a whole wants a safe and affordable place for everyone. Next slide. Although a lot of progress has been made, we know that homelessness continues to grow. And of course, the pandemic has only further exacerbated the situation. There's a lot of challenges, but there's a plan to move forward together. As the time frame for the prior 5-year plan was ending, the county and Destination Home have developed a plan for the next 5 years. They conducted outreach through public forums, meeting with people with lived experience of homelessness, nonprofit service providers, public agencies, and community organizations. They integrated guiding values throughout the plan. And this community plan, it's not a specific plan, but it's a guiding document to address systemic factors. It is a framework and it's a setting a collective goal as a community. Next slide. I know you've seen this before in the prior presentation as well. So the community plan is organized around these 3 main strategies. The first strategy focuses on addressing the entrenched economic and societal causes of homelessness. And this will be done through policy change. The second strategy is around expanding housing programs, developing more affordable housing, and building capacity in our system to serve more individuals. Because we know we're not meeting the needs today, and we will need to continue to provide a wide range of affordable housing and accessible services over the next 5 years. And these first 2 strategies, they seek to prevent and end homelessness for as many people as possible, but we know that there are also people that will remain unhoused during this time. So the third area of work, which is the third strategy, is to improve the quality of life for people who are outside today. This includes strategies around increasing outreach services and temporary housing to meet their needs. Next slide. The community plan has set aggressive goals for the region. Building upon the success of the past 5 years, the community plan sets a goal of reducing the inflow of people becoming homeless by 30% over the next 5 years. And this is through some of the policy change in Strategy 1. The community plan also sets a goal to house 20,000 people over the next 5 years through the supportive housing system. The community plan will expand the homeless prevention system to serve 2,500 people per year. And actually, because of the pandemic, the system has already expanded over the last several months and will be able to serve even more people. The community plan will build upon the capacity of the temporary housing program, which because of the pandemic has actually expanded as well in the last several months. So they'll be able to serve more. And finally, the racial inequity among homeless population is present, and the community plan will track progress toward reducing racial disparities. Next slide. So while the pandemic has created challenges, there are a lot of stakeholders that have come together and took actions to further the goals in the community plan. And as we mentioned, the community plan provides a framework. It's a set of strategies. And then implementation actions are specific action steps to advance the goals and strategies in the community plan. So this process at a high level is going to include community outreach and stakeholder engagement, and then develop a specific plan that's for Milpitas, establish and cement partnerships with organizations, and then carry out the plan and provide a progress report. And per council direction, just like the item earlier, part of the research for the implementation plan has been taking place concurrently, but this is just the overall implementation process at a high level. And continuing to achieve these collective goals to advance the strategies in the community plan is going to require broad collaboration across the communities. Next slide. So staff recommendations to adopt a resolution to endorse the community plan to end homelessness. And this concludes our presentation. Staff will be happy to answer any questions. We have our colleagues from Destination Home, Ray Bransom, and Santa Clara County, Catherine Kaminsky and Consuelo Hernandez. They're available to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And I want to welcome our partners at Destination Home in the county. Let's go to public comment. Folks, if you're on Zoom this evening and you'd like to speak, you can put your virtual raised hand up. And we'll begin with public comments. Allison McDonald.
Thank you again. And once again, I want to thank you for considering this presentation. And I would like to say that regarding endorsing the county plan, if you do so, you are acknowledging the needs and solutions that have been researched and vetted by many stakeholders and will help to create a path to housing, which is the most basic human need for the most vulnerable in our community. And it will open the door to cooperation with and assistance from various agencies and non-governmental organizations that would really help the folks who live here but have no roof over their heads. I'm confident that you will do so, knowing that you have all of our residents' best interests at heart. I'm grateful to see the council coming together to solve the problem of homelessness and the problems of our unhoused neighbors rather than simply wishing they'd go elsewhere. We all belong in Milpitas. Let's make sure we're all safe in Milpitas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tran, all the city council members, and as well as the city staff. I think, with regards to this Santa Clara County Community Plan to End the Homelessness project is, proving, what City of Milpitas can do for the homeless. Sheltering of one homeless is also considered to be a sheltering of one citizen of a city of Milpitas. So it's worth, doing for a good cause. So certainly, I wanted to thank, City of Milpitas, all the city council member, Mayor Rich Tran for taking initiative on the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Walter Montemayor.
Hello. Oh yeah, Voltaire Montemero Milpitas. Oh, mine is a short one. I just have to thank everybody, especially Miss Sharon Goey, and this is a 5-year increment of a program. So in other words, there may be some. We want to agree with both. We are under the umbrella of Santa Clara County, so we will be in a partnership with them. Please adopt the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Matthew Reed.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at home. Just wanted to briefly express our support for the community plan to end homelessness and really for, Milpitas leaning in and becoming a part of this process. We are formally organizationally an endorser of the community plan. And the reason we are is that it really takes a thoughtful and comprehensive approach to understanding the depths of the challenges that we face and the way that the housing crisis impacts just our continued challenges of keeping people housed in the county and in our communities. And because it's a comprehensive approach, it really works because everybody embraces it and becomes a part of it. It's expertise at the county level, it's expertise from organizations like Destination Home, but it really requires the local participation and insight and access to the community that allows the services and the programs to really be integrative and to be productive and effective. And so we're really pleased that this has come before you this evening, and we would urge you to support it. And this is a way of really having some local engagement and local control in this process. And we're looking forward to progress in the future, and thank you for your effort.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Thomas Valor.
Yes, good evening again. Just wanted to encourage you to endorse this Santa Clara community plan, although I would take issue with the term plan. I think it's a strategy. But in any event, acknowledging this plan is nothing more than acknowledging, I believe, what everybody knows to be true, and that's that this problem is regional, it's actually state, almost national. And so we can't, as a city, even dream of being able to deal with it in isolation from everybody else around us. And this endorsement merely acknowledges the fact that we do need to work as a county at a minimum to be able to begin to solve or even approach solving this problem. So please, there's no specific requirement here, but merely, I think, an acknowledgement of the issue and how the issue needs to be dealt with. So please endorse the Santa Clara County Community Plan. Thank you for your attention. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Public comment continues. I know there's attendees here on the Zoom. If you'd like to speak, I want to afford you the time. Absolutely. Next up, we have Michaela Parrish.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and City Council members. This is Jackie Romero speaking on my daughter's computer. Hello again. I'm excited to see this important community plan to end homelessness back for you all to vote on. They say it takes a village, and I believe that we Milpitians would be able to accomplish these goals together as one. I believe it's important that we are not duplicating efforts and that we work in tandem with the city staff and with the county, as well as other grassroots groups here in Milpitas. So I would like you to please vote yes to join the Santa Clara County plan, and also to include the McKinney-Vento students and their families as part of the plan to end homelessness. I think it's really important that they're included in this conversation. So thanks again for bringing this back to the table, and I know you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I appreciate your comments, and I know you work with Lisa. What I'll do is propose our city form a homelessness task force that should, in my belief, should be up and running in January. And so homelessness task force is something I'll propose at the next meeting, and that way we can get residents on board on this task force. Let's go back to Jackie Romero. I see your virtual raised hand.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I really appreciate you doing that for our community. I just wanted to take a moment and thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, all hands on deck. Okay, so public comment continues. Public comment continues. All right, going once, going twice. That's it. Public comment. Back to the virtual dais. Thank you to our partners and staff for bringing this back tonight. I'm ready to support and approve this and vote to approve it tonight. So I'll go to my colleagues on the council for any further discussion. And I'll look for the virtual raised hand. And if not, I'll make a motion. Okay, there we go. There's the virtual raised hand. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I'm just glad that we were able to bring this back and be on the same page here. It feels like we are. I hope that we are. At the end of the day, the issue shouldn't ever be political. It's really the moral thing to help those in need. I think that's something that we can reflect on, and going forward, I think, as we approach the holidays, a lot of people are going to be grateful for the services that are on the table, that are going forward. And it really does give them a sense of hope. And when you are, in that position at that point in your life and you don't have much to hang on to, sometimes hope is the only thing that will keep you going. So I'm just very grateful that we're in this place now, and I look forward to more collaboration on similar opportunities. So thank you to my colleagues, and really thank you to all the community partners who have come out and continue to advocate on this issue.
Well said, Councilmember Fan. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I am really excited to see this back. I definitely want to thank my colleagues for their work and for putting all politics aside, and for really giving dignity to those that we represent. And we represent everybody, even those that don't have a physical address or a roof. And I think that it is to the testament of our actions that we are going to move Milpitas forward together. And we're one team. And so thank you, Mayor Tran, for supporting this plan. I am ecstatic and overjoyed with just gratitude, because this is really going to change the lives of those that need it the most, especially during this time. And I've said this before, this plan will give hope, as Councilmember Fan said, and that is what we need right now. We need to be hopeful, we need to work together, and we need to work with our partners who have showed and demonstrated that they're going to be there with us along this journey, and how important it is, because we are saving lives by passing this. And that is the commitment that we're making as one city, is that everybody belongs in Milpitas. And so thank you very much to my colleagues, to staff, but most importantly to our community, to our advocates, and to our community members. This is all you. So thank you very much for being part of it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see any new virtual raised hands. I do see one, but I think it's been okay. Next up, Councilmember Montano. There.
Thank you. I was busy writing something. So the plan is to adopt a resolution to endorse the 2025 Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness. This came back in 2015 when I was on the council and I voted for it. And that's when we pushed for Measure A. And luckily it passed. And that's how we're going to get Sango Court and bring in that affordable housing. So I am going to approve this plan to end homelessness. And we've been doing our part. We're going to continue to do our part. Thank you.
Fantastic. You want to make the motion, Councilmember Montano?
Sure, I'll make that motion.
I'll second. We got a motion by Councilmember Montano, a second by myself. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. That's approved. And I want to thank our partners from the county and Destination Home. I know I love what you do. We may not agree on every single thing, but we're going to agree on most things. And so thank you. Your work is hard and you've been with us a number of times. This probably won't be the last one. I hear there's some pretty exciting things happening down the road. So we may not agree on every single thing, but you have my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, great.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We see you. Thank you so much. And before we move on to another item, I do want to thank Adam, our housing manager. I know Adam, you're that person in that department under Sharon, and we want to recognize. I want to recognize you. I think we want to recognize you for the work you're doing too. It's good to have you here, Adam, if you're listening. Thank you, and Sharon, of course. I thank you every time I see you. So. Okay, great. Let's keep moving here. Item number 11. Let's receive a staff report on the railroad quiet zone process and provide direction to staff. And let's go to our Director of Engineering, Mr. Erickson.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Actually, Steve Chan will be giving this presentation tonight.
Okay, great. We got to put Steve on. We got to put Mr. Chan on the agenda too. You know. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. All right. Mr. Chan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
good evening, Mayor and Council member. I'll be presenting the staff report on railroad quiet zone process tonight. Next slide, please. Background. In the August 4th City Council meeting, Vice Mayor requested an update on San Jose's effort to establish railroad quiet zones. Union Pacific Railroad has increased nighttime train traffic, resulting in an increase in horn sounding at grade crossing. After conducting a feasibility study and following the study's recommendation, San Jose successfully established partial rail quiet zone at their railroad crossing. Staff briefed the Vice Mayor on the rail quiet zone subject on September 25th, and it was requested that this item be brought forward to the full council for discussion. Next slide, please. Railroads are regulated under Federal Railroad Administration. Per regulation, train engineer must sound train horn at least 15 seconds in advance of all public grade railroad crossing as a safety measure. A railroad quiet zone is defined as a section of rail line which horns are not routinely sounded at grade crossing. Next slide, please. Cities interested in establishing a quiet zone are required to work with the Railroad, California Public Utility Commission, and the Federal Railroad Administration to assess the risk of train versus vehicle collision at each grade crossing where a quiet zone is sought. Communities seeking to establish quiet zones are also required to finance all necessary street and rail crossing safety improvements. Once a quiet zone is established, it may revert back due to an increase in either vehicle or train traffic volume. Next slide, please. For establishment of a quiet zone, the following are to be evaluated. Quiet zone risk index calculated shall be at or below the national significant risk threshold of 13,811. If this is not met, installation of supplemental safety measure to achieve a risk index value below 13,811 is needed. Supplemental safety measure could include one or more of the following: road closure, grade separation, installation of gate and barriers, and or street conversion to one-way traffic. Next slide, please. In July 2020, the City of San Jose completed a railroad quiet zone feasibility study evaluating 14 rail crossings. The study determined the risk index within San Jose to be below the risk threshold, which meets the criteria to establish a railroad quiet zone. San Jose began the process to establish partial railroad quiet zone from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. at all 14 rail crossings. Since nighttime quiet zones are generally more acceptable to stakeholders due to lower vehicle traffic volume. Next slide, please. To further minimize the use of horn as a result of trespasser and homeless activity in the railroad corridor, City of San Jose and UPRR are developing a MOU to allow San Jose Police to perform law enforcement activity within UPRR's right-of-way. Next slide, please. Milpitas Railroad Crossing. The Milpitas has 11 at-grade railroad crossings. From the north, Dixon Landing Road, to the south, Montague Expressway. There's also a minor spur also runs along Piper Drive that connects to Yosemite Avenue. Next slide, please. This map highlights the rail alignment. Again, the primary route that runs through the city from Dixon Landing Road to Montague Expressway, and a minor spur surveying the industrial area near Milpitas Boulevard. Next slide, please. From Federal Railroad Administration's database, the quiet zone risk index for Milpitas crossing are as follows. Note that no number is generated for crossing without crossing gate arms, and they do not meet quiet zone criteria. These include crossings such as South Milpitas Boulevard, Ames Avenue, and Yosemite Avenue. Next slide, please. All city crossings except one exceed the national risk threshold of 13,811. Currently, no railroad segment within Milpitas qualifies for establishment of a quiet zone. This would require installation of supplemental safety measure to reduce the risk safety factor to pursue a quiet zone. The estimated cost to install the supplemental safety measure is between 2.4 million to 4.1 million per crossing based on feasibility study conducted by City of San Jose. The total cost to install these improvements at all Milpitas crossing is estimated to be between 24 million to 40 million. Next slide, please. Staff research grant opportunity to offset the cost to install crossing safety improvements. There are high demands for funding for railroad crossing safety improvement and limited state and county funding opportunity. Grant funding is usually reserved for high-speed, high-risk crossing or for location where railroad closure may be a component of the overall improvement. Next slide, please. If council direction is for staff to proceed with a new project to study the establishment of a quiet zone, initial project funding would require a $300,000 budget appropriation from the general government CIP fund into a new capital improvement project. The completion of a rail quiet zone feasibility study like that of the city of San Jose would be the first step in the process. Staff anticipate the study would focus on 6 main rail crossings between Dixon Landing Road and Montague Expressway, where train traffic is more frequent. Next slide, please. The feasibility study is estimated to cost about $300,000. The study task would include traffic data collection, engineering services, field meeting with Union Pacific Railroad, and also administration costs. Next slide, please. The feasibility study would confirm the estimated cost for the installation of the required supplemental safety measure improvement at each of the crossing. Again, from City of San Jose's feasibility study, the estimated for these improvements is between $2.4 million to $4.1 million per crossing. The total cost at the 6th crossing is estimated between $14.4 million to $24.4 million. Milpitas CI Capital Improvement Program currently does not have funding available for the safety improvement necessary for quiet zone establishment. Next slide, please. And the recommendation is receive staff report on the quiet zone process and provide direction to staff. And this concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any question that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chan. It's been very satisfying to work with you in City Hall over these years. I've seen you go from a parking permit at the curbs to now the train tracks, and you are a true professional with traffic engineering. So let's go to public comment here. Public comment. Yes, Irvish Kumar Mehta. Let's keep going. Yes.
Again, good evening, Mayor Rich Tran. Good evening to all city council members and the city staff. Certainly, I wanted to mention that within the city of Milpitas, there are quite a few railroads which requires improvement. For example, one of the railroad location, which is at the intersection of a Capital Expressway and the Main Street, there is a completely wide open, there's no fencing over there. It's completely wide open tracks out there. So there's a lot of improvements, that's required to be done in order to secure the railroads, as well as the railroads nearby the Main Street and the location of near the library. There's open space over there as well, which requires to be cordoned as well. So putting up the fencing as well as around the railroad and setting up the quiet zone is certainly necessary within the residential area wherever the railroads are passing from, and all across even nearby the Dixon Landing, the intersection is a very small, where there is a likelihood of a traffic jams, due to that. So certainly, that improvement is required on the Dixon Landing Road as well. So I certainly appreciate the presentation from the Steve Chan, traffic engineering manager, and certainly, it is with the presentation, certainly, it will be a much improvement for the city of Milpitas. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Everybody, next up we have Michaela Parrish.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and council members. I really don't have much to say about the railroad quiet zone process, but listening to the conversation, it brought up something that I think, since we're talking about the railroad, we could bring up. Is there a way to talk about the railroad cleanup zone? Is there a way to clean up the railroads that have been unmanaged for years, and there's a lot of garbage and stuff in our railroads that should be cleaned? So just thought this would be an appropriate time to bring that up.
Yeah, definitely, very much. Yeah, I've been working on that issue for quite some time, Union Pacific property, and it gets a little more complicated, but looking forward to the homelessness task force early next year. So we hear you. Next up, Walter Montemur.
Hello, this is Voltaire Montemur of Milpitas. Oh, I was just driving. I am beating the curfew. Anyway, yeah, I've studied in Japan, and everybody excited going to the train. And all I know is
we could do that too in America. And let's see, help traffic, the carbon dioxide, and of course, savings out of the pocket of the how much we pay for the ride. In other words, yeah, and also, yeah, we could just go to the place where we ride, and we go to the place where the Niners play, but they're not playing lately, or at Levi's. So that's all I can say. I like railroad, subways if we could, and all those. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Yeah, great train system in Japan. I loved it when I was there, but I will say Milpitas with our BART and light rail, you put us up against any station in Japan. Thank you very much. Okay, public comment continues for this item. Okay, I don't see any further public comment. That's it, folks, the public comment. Thank you very much. Back up to the virtual dais. I want to thank the Vice Mayor, who continues to be a staunch advocate for this item. I can't tell you how many times I receive concerns from residents that have been on Main Street since the 1950s. Residents on Able been there since 1971, like my neighborhood. And the new development in the Midtown as well, and existing housing on Able, 700, 800 Able. There's a lot of fine Milpetians that have concerns about the noise. And so it's not just the community feedback, oh, new residents, they should have known if they're going to move there, they better know. But no, these are time-tested residents here in Milpitas as well. So this is not an issue of new residents or long-time residents. I thank Mr. Chan again. I think we've received this report. My direction with this, as one, is to put this on our CIP, maybe in the back end, year 6, year 7. How's that one? Yeah. Yeah, the CIP is only 5 years, but I do want it in there just to have there, because we did put in some initial work on it. Year 6 or 10 even. I just would like to see it on the CIP. The Vice Mayor has been working on this, as myself too. I've been talking about it at least for a while. And that's fine. I know the fiscal impact, but like the staff presentation said, instead of all the kind of crossings or areas or locations, I'm not sure what the railroad industry terminology is, but I think 5. If I'm looking at the map, I see 5 areas. I think Dixon Landing, I may not need it necessarily. Anything we do cut down costs. If this whole project one day is $10 million, we can get some grants and things. I think we can do it. I know our Rainbow overcrossing. I want to call it the Rainbow Bridge at the BART station, but that's an crossing. But that thing cost $12 million, and we got 7 from the federal government, and I think we covered the last 5 on that. So if we can structure some type of funding down the road, we could really make something special happen. It's really not just the noise pollution, which causes housing discrimination for those folks over there, but it's really economic development and planning as well. If Ned or Alex is listening, or city manager, if we're going to revitalize old Main Street or the Midtown, and we want to really do something with those undeveloped parcels, or demo some things and build some things and do mixed use and do affordable housing, we want to make sure that there's it's the horn. If we can cut back the horn, and developers would like that too. Maybe we get some Midtown funds. Even the task over there, even a little bit of task funds, or if those things apply to it, task funds or Midtown developer fees. Those are some sources of funds we can really apply to this type of project, I think. And with changes in Washington, D.C. on Pennsylvania Avenue, and I really hope that our congressional district will see more funding for infrastructure in these next 4 years. So definitely a lot of benefits to this item, and making Milpitas a more peaceful place for our residents. And Heck, I heard the horn last night at 1 a.m. I was up at 1 a.m. last night. I heard the horn. Fortunately, I don't live that close, but I feel bad for folks that live on Maryland in those areas. So I hope the council will support the vice mayor's item along with myself to at least just put this on the CIPs. Year 6. I know Mr. Erickson's laughing. Year 6, yeah. No, year 5. But hopefully the council will support this because, and that's all. We're not spending $300K. Definitely not now. And but I think one day soon, if we're going to fully develop everything along those 5 points on Main Street through the transit area, we got a lot of great development over there, folks. And so I look forward to a lot of affordable housing. Last thing I want to do is have folks in affordable housing with noise pollution. All right, next up here, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I get it when you say in year 6. It's very
no one was laughing.
It's very
no one,
expensive.
Yeah.
But I like the idea. I like the concept, but it is expensive. So there's a few questions I want to clarify. So when you say noise, are you talking about the horn noise, or are you talking about the rail noise?
All horn. It's all horn. Yeah.
It's all so the horn. Okay, so from staff's their findings, I guess they talked about 2 types of SSMs, which is supplemental safety measures. So, and one of them is a partial day from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And they say that the railroad system, they rather go with the partial day. They favor that one. So I'm wondering, what do we have in our city? We have 11 areas, right? So what are they? Are they partial day, or are they all day quiet zone? There are 2 types of quiet zones that may be established. So right now, do we have the 10 p.m. or set to 7 a.m.?
We
What
currently
do we have now?
We currently do not have any quiet zone established in the city. We could proceed with establishment of a quiet zone, outlined in the presentation, performing a feasibility study, implementing any safety improvement to lower the risk index to below the threshold to allow us to establish that quiet zone in the future. So currently, we do not qualify for a quiet zone at this time and point.
So we don't qualify at all. So
No.
and then it says that the train horn is about 110 decibels. So, but who monitors that? I mean, how do we know for a fact that it doesn't exceed 110 decibels?
No one has measured it at the staff level, but that's typical train horn noise level.
Yeah, but be realistic. They could be 120 and nobody would know that it's supposed to be 110. So yeah, anyhow, then you talk about crossing gates. Are you talking about those arms that go up and down? Are those called the gates?
Yes, correct. So gates are the minimum requirement for all crossing that has a quiet zone. So that's a minimum requirement. So as I mentioned in an earlier slide, certain crossing in Milpitas right now do not have a crossing arm, and those are primarily in the industrial area by Milpitas Boulevard rail spur.
Okay, and the other question I had was, it seems that, are we getting complaints from the people in that area, the households, or is it just a general public nuisance?
Sporadically, staff will be receiving complaint from residents about train noises along the corridor, primarily on the main rail line that runs through the city from Dixon Landing Road down to Montague Expressway. So that is the primary area, like Mayor Tran said, along that alignment.
So I'm gonna think out of the box. So let's say, because most of the noise comes through those because maybe those windows are not double paned. So wouldn't it make sense to buy better windows instead of spending all that money for, I don't know, it'd probably be cheaper to just.
And the walls aren't thick enough, Councilmember.
That's a lot of windows.
Yeah, I know Councilmember Fan is the advocate for double pane windows.
Yeah.
Yep, I remember.
Good. So, okay, so my idea, another idea is any new developments near a railroad crossing needs to have double insulation or thick walls. I think we should make that a rule that from here on out, we should make any new developments that are near a railroad crossing should have to have some kind of thick walls. Anyway, that's just, I'm throwing that out there. It's for year 6. So.
For year 6, thank you. That's all I need. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's we have to do our due diligence. We'll do, think out of the box. Okay. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Yeah, it's always good to do that. Thank you, really. And then so next up, any virtual raised hands here? Looking on the virtual raised hands, want to go to the council if there's any virtual raised hands. Okay, next up here we have Councilmember Fan.
I was just gonna say I'll move to accept the staff report and to go with your direction there.
Yeah, year 5, by the way. Year 5, yeah.
Year 5, all right.
Yeah, year 5. Okay, Steve, you got that?
Got it.
Okay, great work, Mr. Chan.
But in the meantime, if you could, any new developments.
I do that separate. Don't ruin the motion here.
Anthony, could you put that in your motion?
No. Don't, please.
Take a proactive approach here.
We'll explore that later. Yeah.
All right.
All right. It's a simple motion to place this, project on the 5th year of the CIP. We're not spending any money. No 300 grand. No 40 million. But let's get out of this recession, and we're going to recover better than any city in our county, respectfully, just based on all the hard work and the good decisions we've made. And maybe things will look good from DC. Maybe again, it's not. We don't even. Maybe we get some grants. So we'll get our grant. I know Councilor Montano is always really recognizing our grant professional, and so this is something that's another possibility for that person to explore. So, okay, great. So the direction is there, and then we have a motion by Councilmember Fan, and we have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez. Montano, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Just great work. Thank you very much, Mr. Chan. And maybe if we're fortunate, we can revisit this sooner than later. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Okay, moving on here. Item number 12. I'm glad to see this. I was wondering when we're going to get to this, and it's now, and I feel great. Item number 12 under leadership and support services. Let's introduce ordinance number 23.15 for your updates to Milpitas Municipal Code on purchasing. Welcome our Deputy City Manager, Walter Rossman.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Glad to be here, and I'm glad we can actually go through this presentation tonight. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. So what I cover today is the changes we have made in the last 2 years in purchasing, maybe 1.5 years. Some ordinance updates which we would like to bring for your consideration tonight, and then the recommendation actually adopting the ordinance. And specifically, the recommendations we're looking at is to modernize our solicitation methods and procedures, to align our bidding thresholds, what's typically done with best practices in the Bay Area and nationwide, and then look at the contract amendment authority, which the city manager has or the purchasing agent has, and changes to definitions and existing practices to basically align the code with what we have been doing in the purchasing division for the last few years. Next slide, please. So who are we? Purchasing is a small and powerful group. Chris Schroeder is the purchasing agent. He's not here today, unfortunately. He's homesick. With buyer, Zachary Devine, and we have a temporary buyer, Steve Pietrobono. And we have an administrative assistant. She works for the finance director. She's our take care person in the finance department, and she also works part-time for the purchasing division to handle lower level tasks and getting trained in the purchasing function. We do about 200 procurements every year, and those are the ones where we go out, we bid, we get the best prices, best value, we negotiate with vendors and try to get the best price and value for our city, especially in those times we are in today. Next slide, please. What we did about 2 years ago, we changed our e-procurement system to Procure Now. At the time, Procure Now was a beta site, a beta company that were developing their system. But it actually afforded us a great opportunity to work directly with a software vendor who was interested in working with procurement professionals and really improving the software. They allow us to tailor it to our needs. They're listening to us quite a bit. We have a great relationship with them. And so what we do with that is very interesting. It's a system where the department puts an intake in the system, what they would like to purchase. They write the RFP with us in tandem online. It's like a shared file within the system. And with that, we can actually push out RFPs and RFQs, requests for quotes, much faster than before. So that really streamlined us, and we actually became not anymore the backlog of the city and the tight spot where everything has to squeeze through. We're much more proactive, and I think we're doing far better today. I just told today, despite Chris being out sick, Zachary told me today, we only have 10 new stuff we have to work on. Our lead times are really getting shorter. Now, obviously, departments are spending on us too, I told him, because we obviously saving money. But overall, it really helped us to become much more efficient. It also allowed us to be rolling this out now citywide, to have a citywide contract management database, something we've never had before. So we make sure our contracts get renewed on time. We have a repository which is central, we can access, etc. The other thing we did, which the city manager's office initiated about 18 months ago, was doing a procurement study. How can we streamline our processes, our policies, and how we can become more efficient and effective? And out of this study, working with the departments and users, with our stakeholders, we did process improvements. We have 39 recommendations we're implementing, and about 10 are related to the item here today. Next slide, please. So one thing we've done already with DocuSign, you may use this if you do a real estate transaction, if you work with, especially nowadays, given that we all work from home, we have to do transaction from our home computer. We use DocuSign. And we accelerated our implementation of, when shelter-in-place order came into effect in March. We implemented within 3 to 4 weeks. We have 28 users, and we lowered our routing time from weeks, literally moving around pieces of paper across the city, getting into an inbox, and then eventually being looked at to under 5 days. And actually, that's probably much better today. I see contracts getting routed and approved within 48 hours, and that includes some pre-work, which we always do before, budget pre-work, insurance pre-work, and attorney's pre-work. The next thing, we took forms, we moved from paper into digital, and we allowed us to route items much faster. And you see them just listed here. And then we established a network. We just kicked this off about a month ago with our departments, with our end users, the purchasing liaisons group, where we meet with them on a monthly basis. And we hope to really streamline not only the rollout changes to this ordinance if approved tonight, but also make process improvements and get departments involved in the routine procurement processes and become much more effective and efficient. Next slide, please. You also give us direction when you approve the COVID-19 response strategies and guidelines to bring forward for your consideration ordinance changes that would enable and facilitate service delivery improvements. And this ordinance today will definitely do that. Next slide, please. So what are we asking you to consider for changes? First, regarding solicitation methods and procedures. We would like to add a tool which is in the toolbox of a typical procurement professional. That's a request for qualifications. How this is different is typically done for consultant contracts, oftentimes architect and engineers contracts, and it focuses on the qualifications of a firm, and then we negotiate price. Whereas making price a consideration up front, price is always a consideration based on the scope of work, which gets also negotiated. And it is very helpful for certain types of services, such as professional services and the subset of that. But having this toolbox in the code would really help us to advance, to get different types of services and get the best value. The or equals process is typically done in cities. We don't have it in the code, and I was really surprised about this. And what it does is, I would like to purchase a computer, a laptop. I have an HP in front of me, or equal. So instead of having to figure out all the specifications for the laptop, it's about the screen size, the CPU size, the RAMs, whatever it is. I'm not an IT person. They know this much better than I do. You can just say that piece of equipment or something which is equal to that. And then we evaluate it as staff and we determine whether it's indeed an equal or not. Then one thing which we're doing today, which is interesting, that currently standardization have to be approved by council, and they get approved automatically for 10 years. And what's a standardization? So if we have access entry system to our facilities, we start at City Hall where we have to swipe the badge. Now we are doing new facilities like Fire Station number 2. It makes sense to use the same system at the next building or at other buildings which we have citywide. So we're not standardizing on a certain pieces of equipment and software and vendor. It's very similar than sole source, but standardizations go to you for approval. Sole source rests with the staff up to $100,000. So what we're asking you to do is, let's move below $100,000 standardization approvals to the staff, and above $100,000 will come to you anyway.
Walter, your audio is off. Your audio is off.
Yeah, I touched something on my screen here that did this. Okay, so what I have, thank you to Steve. What I have on the first table for you is our current bidding threshold, the ones we're recommending. And below the table, I'm comparing it with what other cities are doing around us. So if you look at when is competition required, we require competition of anything which is $5,000 and over. If you look below the table, the only city which does the same thing at $5,000 is Sunnyvale. The $5,000 threshold is probably about, I would say, 20 years old. We had inflation in the meantime, so that's why a lot of cities have moved to 10,000, even 15 or 60,000. I'm not advocating for 60. I'm very happy if we can move to 10. And from an informal solicitation, that's a request for quotes. We go out, we ask for 3 quotes. It's over the phone, which I don't advocate, but you can. If you have to do it quickly, but you get something in writing via email or a quick request for process quotes document. We do $20,000. I'm recommending 50. If you look at the bottom table below, 50,000 is the bottom across the cities we compared ourselves with, and this will again streamline our processes, because a formal solicitations, when you do a bidding process or an RFP, it's much more time intensive, and it doesn't really bring you that much better pricing or better value if you go informal versus informal up to $50,000. So hence the recommendation to move this up. Next slide, please. So now I'm taking the same thresholds, I'm just repeating them, but I'm going to align it to the solicitation methods which we have. So you see that how we would use it. I sort of mentioned this already, but there's one key difference, and you see it in red right there on the top row. Currently, we say if I get a bid in or quote for $5,500, and that just let me do this different, informal solicitation. It's for up to $20,000, and the lowest quote comes in at $20,100. My staff comes to me and says, "Do I have to redo this now because it's above the threshold?" So we get around this, and it's reasonableness. And we talked to the attorneys and said, "Well, it's probably okay. The intent was to informal, but you thought it's going to cost you less than $20,000." To really do this much more reasonably, we go out, we have an idea how much items cost usually, we do a big quick search on the web, and if it's estimated between $10,000 and $20,000, we suggest that that's the term used versus actual. So that's the key difference on the top row. Informal solicitation, so no mandatory competition, you can still quote, and some departments do that, but if it's estimated below $10,000, I recommend that we change the ordinance to not require any competition. Between informal solicitation, I mentioned this, moving to $50,000. Informal, and here's what I want to lay out for you on the first column to your left at the bottom box here. That's invitation for bid. That's usually done for supplies, material, and equipment. Request for proposal, primarily services. And the new solicitation method I mentioned, request for qualifications. And that's for above $50,000 if that's the estimated cost. Next slide, please. So this is something different. This is amendment authority. So this happens if the contract has been approved by the council or approved by the city manager. The purchasing agent has a certain amendment authority. Right now, up to $50,000, it's 10% of the award, or $5,000, whichever is less. And you see the various ones you have. The individual amendment authority versus cumulative. That's what the code currently allows us to do. Again, it's an inflation issue for me. I'm asking authority to increase the amendment authority for the purchasing agent, and you will see in a second what we changed the definition of a purchasing agent to, and moving it to more 10% of $100,000, which is $10,000 or less, or 15% cumulatively. So what that means is, if the council approves, for instance, a contract of $200,000, and we have additional needs, the purchasing agent or designee could award the contract up to $10,000 individually, or up to $15,000, up to $15,000. That's right. So just give you an idea, it allows us more flexibility administratively versus coming to you, I need another $10,000 of widgets, and now I have to come back to the council to get approval. We are just asking for more streamlined authority there. Next question, next slide, please. So what are the changes we're making? Currently, the code asks me to come back to you with the annual sole source report by July 15th. Well, we all know July 15th we're in recess. So what I've done the last 2 years is I send you via information memo, the report on July 15th, and then I come back in open session, usually the first, second council meeting, and bring you the report for your public adoption or acceptance. So I'm suggesting let's change the code, let's move the sources report and then include standardizations and make it due by August 31st for the previous fiscal year. The definitions we're asking to change is the purchasing agent is currently defined as the person who does this kind of work, which restricts this because sometimes Chris is out, then I delegate the work to a buyer who can act as the purchasing agent. But really what we ought to be doing, that's what I'm recommending here, the purchasing agent should mean the purchasing agent, him or herself, the finance director, meaning me, or the city manager. So we can act and we can execute on the ordinance on those three cases, on the three different folks. Purchase orders is interesting. There's some exceptions currently in the code where we don't have to issue a purchase order. That sort of creates administratively an issue because you have then purchase orders and just invoices, but they have a consistent and coherent system. We ask you to remove that exception, and everything we buy has to have a purchase order or has to be done on a P card. Information technology is not really defined anywhere, so we ask you to define as part of professional services. And we're doing everything electronic nowadays. Let's just make it a code and ensure that we have standards for electronic signatures, and we're authorized to do that. Then there's some interesting parts and the peculiarities in the code versus practices which we do. So the Memorandum of Understanding with the MPOA, our Police Officers Association, provides that a retiring sworn officer can either buy the firearm they have in the office when they retire, when they're separate from service. It's typical practice, but the code doesn't allow that. So now we're actually aligning the code to the MOU. And then it also gives clear authority and responsibility to the department head or designee for contract management, administration of contracts. Next slide, please. So if the council approves the first reading of the ordinance tonight, the second reading will be on December 15th on consent, and it will go into effect January 15th. If you do this, if you approve it tonight, we'll have quite a few things to get done. We would update the procurement manual, train obviously our staff, train the purchasing liaisons, and then we have to make a few system updates. This just so you understand what's going to happen next to make this all happen. Next slide, please. So with this is a recommendation language and for this item in front of you. I'm happy to respond to questions.
Thank you very much, Walter. Thank you for the presentation. I'm happy to see this item. I do see the work that you and Mr. Schroeder have put into really getting our municipal code to a more efficient level, I guess. When's the last time that we did an update to this code, if I may ask?
I think it's about, unless Chris knows, about 10, 15 years ago.
We did an update to the purchasing section, mostly dealing with contract signing authority, probably in 2017. And then there's been, I think Walter probably is correct that beyond that, there's been no kind of streamlining or general just updating from a department perspective.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I haven't seen firsthand, but I've heard of some quite interesting history in the purchasing office, and so I know how important purchasing is to our city. And that being said, I really like the updates here. Not asking for too much, folks. Public at home. It looks like we just want to create a more efficient government, and times have changed compared to the more thorough updates that happened over a decade ago. And this will allow for really reasonable changes to the ordinance. And we're not far from other cities. I appreciate that slide, Walter, showing our neighbors here in the county, other cities, and where they're at. And so Milpitas, certainly one of, if not the most conservative in this area. And that's okay. But I do feel that this update will allow for a better government. And that's what we're tasked to do. And we're always watching purchases. We have our finance subcommittee. I serve along with Councilmember Montano, and we're watching. And so there is oversight. I do want to go to public comment here, and then we'll go back to the council. Public comment, Voltaire Montemayor, you're up first. Mr. Montemayor, are you there?
You hear me now, please?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I work for a government in the Philippines also. So purchasing is a challenging part of working. In other words, the canvassing, the best, the lowest out of the three, at least that I know. Yeah, and then at least in here, there's merging of big companies to small companies to big companies. So there's no problem of favoring. In other words, let's say Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola comparison, HP, IBM, all those. So at least we know we are presenting, it's not going to flea market. We are going to big companies, great companies, qualities, duration. So in other words, Mr. Walter Russman is doing great, and the group. So all I know is we really have to do it the right way. And I know as presented, it's a great presentation, and I admire what the group of the purchasing group is doing. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Next up, Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you. Good evening to Mayor Ishtran, all City Council members, city staff, and as well as the Deputy Director, Walter Grossman. I wanted to mention that, some of the aspect of a presentation, for example, a DocuSign. Nowadays, from a science, innovation, technology perspective, it is very much required by all the organization to implement the digital signature as well as security measures for the organization to communicate digitally and as well as, reduce the paperwork. So certainly DocuSign is something certainly to adopt a technology for, as well as, I would also, suggest council as well as the city staff to consider implementing passwordless mechanism for the all city bureaus, so that that would be helpful to implement for the science, technology, innovation technology within the city of Milpitas, as well as some of the cost associated with the project that's been determined. I think it is important to determine this cost based upon that what are the software licenses that is required to run for such software products like a DocuSign, and then assign the appropriate budgeting to budgeting, and as well as the reduction of a cost with the all software management within the organization. Thank you very much, Mayor Tran, for opportunity to speak.
Very much. Okay. If I don't see any further virtual raised hands for this item, that's it with public comment. Thank you very much. Back to the virtual dais. Next up, we have Councilmember Montana.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. It's getting late. That's why I wanted to ask you. So, what did you hear? What things have you been hearing about the?
Oh, it's old news. It's not worth talking about.
I'm just playing with you. I don't want you to put it out there. Anyway,
No.
so I thank you, Walter, for your presentation. So I had a couple of questions. So when you make a purchase, how do we know if that product is quality? I mean, what do you go through? What steps do you go through to make sure that that product has a good reputation and it has warranties? So can you explain to me?
Well, I'll be happy to. And I'll give you a great example, because we are probably very, definitely very distinct in how we buy some products. The fire department has a high need right now for PPEs, gloves, as well as masks. We do the mobile testing. Right now, we've been interacting with a lot of patients or residents or people coming to work in Milpitas who would like to get tested. And so the fire department staff is very interested in buying a certain type of glove. What you get in the marketplace right now is items which are sort of like it, but they're really second or third quality, second or third tier. And so what we do is we get a sample. We say, this is what we want. We spec it out to exactly the qualities we need. Then we get a sample shipped, and then we start testing it. And that's actually something which is in this ordinance here today, which allows staff to do this much more explicitly. And the cost for the testing will be borne by the vendor, who may give us second or third tier quality and not the top quality which we need in order to protect our employees. And so that's how we do this. And this goes across all departments, whether we buy a chemical for the sewage system, maybe in order to advance the flow, or we buy a vehicle, a fire truck, a fire engine, or a police vehicle. It's very specific specifications, and staff spends a lot of time to make sure we buy the best product at the best possible price, which lasts the longest for the city which has a long useful life. We don't have to replace it as soon as, not very quickly, but mostly keep it for a long time.
Yeah, that's the general rule. Sometimes if you have to try it out, and actually if you pay a little bit more, but the product will last longer. So I get it. The other question I had was, man, it slipped my mind. I have a brain cloud because it's getting late.
It's getting late, right?
There was one more that I was going to ask you, and oh yeah, here it is. Inventory. Okay, so let's say we want to buy computers, because it's something that's needed. But do we have some type of mechanism in place where we already have it, or we already have that inventory I mean, what do you have in place to make sure that we don't buy something that we already have? Do you have like some kind of database that because especially now we don't want to be wasteful. We don't want to spend more than what we need to. So what do you have in place to assure us that you're not buying something that we already have and it's stored somewhere in the back and nobody knows where it's at. Nobody knows about it. Do you have some kind of inventory or database?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Until about 10 years ago, usually before the last Great Recession, which unfortunately we have another great one right now, we typically cities had an inventory, a central stores, a warehouse where everything was bought. You bought your office supplies through that, and you bought your PPE, you bought your boots, your tools, etc. And then what cities have done, and Milpitas is no exception. About over 10 years ago, we closed down that warehouse and we buy everything just in time. We buy it through Office Supply contact or through Grainger, Office Supply like Staples, Office Depot, or Grainger, which is more like a Home Depot type of vendor. But we do have certain inventory. And I give you an example. Here's the one for a great one for COVID. So we have IT usually has about 10, maybe 15 laptops in store because we have new people coming up. Sometimes the laptop is broken, needs to come into IT for repair, and they need a loaner, etc. Now COVID happened, and we all had to move within the 48 hours, 24 hours into our home offices, and some folks had no laptops. So now we were scrambling, not just us, but everybody else, buying some laptops quickly. So do we have inventory? Yes, but we have a small amount, which in this case didn't really protect us sufficiently, but we just had to wait a few weeks and we got more laptops at that time. But yes, in general, we make sure we don't buy excess. We don't put something in the cabinet and it gets dusty and we never use those materials.
Yeah.
We don't, besides we don't have the space for it.
Yeah, and you have to really have a balance because you don't want to buy too many because they might get outdated, just like when you're just like at home, you don't want to buy too much food because it'll go to waste if you don't, if you're not going to use it. So, or it'll get outdated. So do you have, who checks to make sure that we have what we have and what we don't have? Is it you?
No, it's not centrally done. What we do is, it's basically department directors who are responsible for the budget, which the council approves, and they're responsible to allocate the resources as efficiently as possible. And they work with their staff to make sure they don't have excess inventory. Now, you would have a sign shop in Public Works will have inventory so they can get work done. You will have Public Works for repairs of facilities, pumps, etc., which we do in-house. The work we do at parks maintenance, items we do in-house, we probably have inventory for certain materials so we can get the work done. But it's what you typically needs to be used over the course of a week, and given the lead time of replenishing the existing inventory.
And do you hit that inventory or that, I guess you call it an audit, inventory audit? How many times do you do it? Once a year, twice a year?
It has to be done from a financial perspective once a year, but if to assess the inventory which has value. But I would have to defer to the Public Works Director, to Tony, and see what he does for inventory.
So all departments should be doing an inventory, what they have, what they don't. So and then that goes to you or to the city manager.
It goes to finance as part of assessment of the financial statements.
And then
but it's more. And then he sees it obviously. Yeah. It's not about office supplies, but it would be inventory for piping, for equipment to repair our cars, our fleet. There's an inventory there, and that's something which Public Works handles.
Yeah, and it's not just Public Works; it's probably the police department, all departments actually. So I'm hoping that's happening. I'm hoping that's happening. Okay, thank you.
I love it. I love the discussion. Thank you, Councilor Montano. I always love it when you ask these questions on the behalf and for the public's benefit. It's great. And just listening to this whole inventory conversation, and hearing Walter talk about the financial aspect, because a lot of these purchases and items are assets, and that goes in our books, right, Walter? When we do our financial management. I took a class on this many years ago. Yeah, it's got all these. Inventory is such a complicated thing. It really is inventory. So, but that's a very important question, Councilor Montano. Thank you. Okay. All right. Going to the council here. If there's any further virtual raised hands, we are here, ready to go.
I'll move approval.
I'll second it. We got a motion by council member. Actually, let me stop right there. We got to go to our city attorney. Yes.
And just bear with me, Mayor. I was just trying to get to the title.
Yeah, I know.
We'd be looking for, I'll read the title of the ordinance, and then from there, we'd be looking for a motion to introduce the ordinance and waive further reading beyond the title. But the ordinance that's before you is ordinance number 23.15. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending Chapter 2 Purchasing and 310 Open Government Ordinance of Title 1 Administration of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to purchasing.
Once more, Councilmember Fan.
So moved.
I'll second that. We got a motion by Councilmember Fan, second by myself. Virtual roll call vote. Councilmember Fan.
Mayor, before we take the vote, just that motion also includes the waiving of the further reading beyond the title.
Absolutely. Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Fan. It's still good, right? The motion's still good, right? Once more, Councilmember Fan. Why not? Yeah, keep it fresh.
Yes. So moved.
I'll second that. We got a motion by Councilmember Fan. We have a second by myself. Virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Myself is aye. The motion is carried and approved. And thank you very much, Walter and Mr. Schroeder, if you're out there. We appreciate you. We love our employees that really been with us, and it's great. I appreciate that. That's what it's all about. Okay, I think that's it for number 12, right? Okay, and as discussed earlier in the meeting, 13 and 14 have been deferred, and so we're going to keep it moving here. Item number 15, discuss council-sponsored events and provide direction on 2020 United States Census outreach and any council sponsorship. And we have Councilmember Dominguez here on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, I know it's already 10:45, and I see Carmen, Councilmember Montano, being a little foggy, and this is going to be a very long conversation because I know we've discussed it in the past. Councilmember Montano, it's okay to be tired. I just want you to be present because I know you've brought this up in the past. So I do kindly want to ask, if it's not too late, Mayor, with your discretion. Due to COVID-19 and the businesses that are at least contacting me, I do feel that item 16 should be prioritized. And I was wondering if we could kindly rotate, just because it's 10:45. I'm not too sure we'll have enough time, but I definitely would like to spend the time on item 16 due to to prioritize our businesses and this conversation versus item 15 at this time, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I support that. Let's go ahead and do that. I don't see any objections. Let's go to item number 16 here per request of Councilmember Dominguez, discuss establishing an emergency cap on business tenant rents here in the land of cornfields. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for your time in consideration in swapping the item order. This item has been brought to many of our attention, and I do believe that you actually spoke about this early in COVID. When we really didn't know what was going to happen, right, back in March, April. What we have seen is, unfortunately, this just tornado of just one challenge after another challenge in our business community. And we have all seen the storefronts that unfortunately are closing or moving out of Milpitas. In the recent days, just today alone, I did speak with 16 business members in our community who have received rent hikes. And what I mean by rent hikes is a rent increase for their commercial rents. The rent hikes are not small. The rent hikes are between 30 and 35% of their overall rent. And most rents are between $8,000 and $10,000 a month. So I understand the need for the commercials to get paid, and that's definitely not something that I want to pause. But one of the things that I find that is critical for us to help our small business community and to help support them during this just devastating time is to really help them at least not increase their rent. If you increase 30% on a rent, that's $10,000 when their income is between $1,500 compared to what their traditional income would be, which would be at least $15,000 a month. That is devastating for a small business, and we are going to see a wave of closures, and we're already starting to see that, unfortunately, in Milpitas. And so in order for us to bring a little bit of relief, I'm asking this council, I know this was an item that got brought up to my attention in September. It is now December, and we're going backwards, it feels like a little bit, with COVID. And so what we're about to see is probably something even more devastating than what we saw in the last couple of months. So I'm urging this council to please consider a request to establish an emergency cap freeze on businesses on their rents, on their commercial rents. And this would be temporarily. It would just be, we could, definitely start off with 6 months, because I definitely want to make sure that, we're fair with commercial spaces owners as well. But I definitely don't want to see hikes. I just think the 30% is too much during this devastating time, and it could close our small businesses. These are our favorite pho places. These are our favorite Mexican food places, without naming their names. But they are going through a really hard time. And today alone, I got 16 calls of an additional small business owners asking me for help because they just saw a rent hike of 35%. And so we do have the discretion to do this as a council. And I think that we owe our small business community some help, and this is something we could control. So I would like to kindly ask for your support to ask staff to do some research, bring back a proposal, or if you have any ideas, I would definitely want to have this conversation with all 5 of us. But I do believe that we have to stop the rent hikes. And if not, we are going to see our small businesses disappear in Milpitas because they just can't afford the rent. And so with that, I'm open to discussion and for dialogue and to listen to your feedback. Thank you.
And Mayor Tran, I was just going to add a little bit to the discussion because Councilmember Dominguez and I did speak about this issue. This issue first came up, I think, sometime in the spring, I think, when we started entering to COVID and cities were looking for ways to kind of address the business community. At that time, the question was, could we essentially waive, if there was increases, could we essentially draft an ordinance that would require the property owner not to increase the rent and then also for the tenant not to have to pay the rent? In that circumstances, it's much harder because if you're essentially waiving the rent requirement or waiving the requirement to eventually pay the rent, then there's a fair argument you are impairing a contract that the landlord has with the tenant. Now, with that said, what we have seen cities do, and this is something that you could explore tonight and direct us to come back with this, and we'll continue to look to see what else cities are doing. But what we've seen, at least, is most cities have done this in the context of the kind of eviction moratoriums. And so what they've indicated is for the business community that a landlord could essentially increase the rent pursuant to a lease agreement with the understanding that if the rent is increased and a tenant cannot pay that because of a COVID related reason or financial hardship related to COVID, then the increase would not occur with the understanding that there would be a set period within the ordinance that the tenant would eventually have to pay that rent. And that would normally be after the emergency situation. So everyone is back on their feet and that could actually happen. But that's what we've seen cities do. And that's definitely what we can bring back to you. And I think if council wants to explore this, we'll bring back other options that we may see in our research. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very well, appreciate it. And so if I heard you correctly, Chris, even with this emergency cap on tenant rents for businesses, the sum would still have to be paid in the end.
Correct. I mean, the way it would work is, yes, a tenant would indicate to or a landlord would indicate to a tenant that you have a rent increase coming up pursuant to your lease arrangement. I have the right to exercise that increase. The tenant could then respond by indicating they have obviously financial hardship related to COVID, provide the reasons that are associated with that. And then under the law, if the council was wanting to adopt something similar to what we've seen in other cities, the law would basically act as a prohibition on the tenant, or the landlord rather, evicting the tenant if they are unable to pay that rent increase. And then the understanding would be that the rent is not due until sometime after the emergency situation is done. What we've seen the county do, at least, and I think one other city, is they've set it up where half of the rent has to be paid within 6 months, and then within a full year, any rent that's basically back due needs to be paid by a time frame essentially after the emergency situation is over.
And thank you very much. Trying to understand this proposed policy a little better. I'm opposed to this item. We'll go to the council here for further discussion. And Councilor Montano. And your microphone, please.
Yeah, this issue was brought up in June, I think, July. And you mentioned that it was a constitutional, we can get sued or something to that effect. And then I've also been hearing that all we're doing is kicking the can down the road. I mean, they can get a waiver. However, at the end of the day, they still have to pay. It just accumulates. So I've heard people say we're hurting them instead of helping them. But I'm I do want to help them, but at the same time, I don't want our city to get sued. Since landlords, commercial landlords, can turn around and sue us, and that's what you mentioned that when this was brought up. But at the same time, we got to be creative and find ways how we can help them. But I just wanted to throw that out there because there's been arguments that we're just kicking the can down the road, and eventually it's even harder for them to pay the rent because it just builds up and builds up and builds up, and then I know I'm just throwing those thoughts out there. So yeah, I want to hear what other people have to say.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. But I just want to clarify, point of clarification. Chris, could you clarify that with the proposal that I'm proposing today, could the city potentially be sued? Because that's definitely not something that was brought up with this proposal. That was with the different proposal. But I just want to clarify that the city would not be placed in any position to be sued if we moved forward with today's proposal.
And just to provide, thank you, Councilmember Montano and Councilmember Dominguez. Both of you are correct. Yes, when this issue first came up back in June or May, the question was, could we waive the rent? So in other words, if there was going to be a rent increase, could we basically adopt a law where the landlord could not impose the rent increase? And even if the rent increase was due, could we make it so that the tenant would never have to pay that? And in that circumstances, yes, we could be sued, because the idea is that a landlord has a contract with a tenant, and anything that we do that somehow impairs or infringes upon the contractual rights that those two parties have is a basis to sue us as a government agency. And that would be called impairment. It's called impairment of a contract. And so again, if we were to basically tell a landlord, you can never collect the rent, we'd be impairing the contract. So in that circumstances, yes, we could be sued. Now, what we're looking at today, I think, would be a situation where the tenant would have to pay the rent. It just wouldn't be due essentially when the landlord could request it. We would essentially enact a law that would delay as to the timing as to when it would be due. Obviously, there's policy issues there to weigh, but in that scenario, Councilmember Dominguez, it would be less likely that we'd be sued on an impairment of contract theory. I just wanted to add for the council's benefit, obviously all of these issues in the pandemic, dealing with whether it be residential or business rents and leases, They're all fraught with risk, but I think in the almost year duration that we've been in the pandemic, we've seen ordinances that have been challenged, some have been upheld. And so we have a better framework today to understand what would likely be challenged and what would likely be upheld. And I think where we are today is, yes, you want to make sure that the tenant has the obligation eventually to pay that rent, so you're not impairing the contract. So in the situation we're talking about today and the potential law, we look for ways to reduce that risk. And I think with what we're seeing out there from some of the other cities, there is a way to do that. But I can't make it zero risk because there's always a risk out there. But I think with what you're discussing today, the risk could be alleviated as much as we can alleviate it.
Thank you very much.
So Chris,
Yeah. Councilor Montano, yes.
Okay, so let's say that we do put a cap and it gets there, they don't have to pay their rent till, maybe 3 months. And then let's say that they can't pay the rent. So that means that the owner, the landlord, is out from this cash flow.
Yeah, no, I think,
So then where's the justice there?
to your point,
I mean,
Councilor Montano, yeah, we'd have to look at that.
It's a fine line.
Yeah, I want to get to Councilmember Fan
Right.
here.
Go ahead.
And but yeah, I do want to before I go to Councilmember Fan just momentarily here. I know a few commercial property owners, not all, but in Milpitas, and I know a number of commercial property owners that do everything they can to work with their tenants. Commercial property owners aren't even collecting money from their tenants right now, and property owners, on Calaveras or Able or Dempsey, I don't support putting more red tape on them and their efforts to already work with their small businesses. Most commercial property owners in Milpitas are actually small business owners. Councilor Fan.
Yeah, so, well, to start, because I want to be able to have a framework of a pathway here. How many votes does it take for an emergency ordinance to pass?
No, that's a great question, Councilmember Fan. If the council wanted to see an emergency ordinance come back, it would take 4 out of the 5 of you to get that adopted.
Okay. Well, so here are my thoughts. I can only support this if it is an emergency ordinance that would expire eventually, because I understand that this is a situational issue. It's more so than other occasions that we are in different times, and that it's difficult for everybody. It's difficult for the commercial tenants, and it's difficult for the commercial landlords. And so it's tough because we're pitting businesses against businesses in a way. But I think that element where they have to pay the back pay makes it more reasonable and accommodating, and exists as a form of relief. Ultimately, for the small business, if they knew that the rents are going to be hiked, and that even with this temporary relief, that they would have to pay it back in the future, but they know that they are not in a position to be able to pay that difference, then for them, they would probably not continue that lease. So I think that's the kind of safeguard that we have for the commercial landlords here. But at the end of the day, I want to make it clear that, well, one, I empathize with what Councilmember Montano said regarding the constitutionality of commercial rent control. I want to be clear that I don't support commercial rent control. But it seems to me that this is more about a deferral of the hikes, and that I can work with if it's on a temporary basis. So those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. But at the end of the day, you're going to need 4 votes on this one.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Councilmember Fan, because I want to be very clear that I also don't support commercial rent control. But what we have in our hands is local control. And so if we want to go and say that we support our favorite small business here in Milpitas, let's say Casa Azteca, let's say, Donut Basket. Our favorite pho places, I have too many that I can't even name. We're talking about micro businesses, which is less than 5 employees even at this time because of COVID. So I definitely want to emphasize what Councilmember Fan said, which is true. This is just a temporary relief for that small business, because eventually what they could do right now is someone could hike up the rent and they could just leave. It's the same thing. They're just going to move. But this really protects both the commercial and the small business, because at the end of the day, it gives the commercial business owner some relief knowing that they're working. So to the point that the mayor said, yes, absolutely. Most commercial spaces are working with their small businesses. Our favorite small businesses here in Milpitas, our backbones, the ones that support our softball leagues, the ones that we all are trying to keep afloat. But there are some that unfortunately are not. And I'm hearing those stories. So for us to say that we're going to turn our backs on those small businesses and we're going to support those commercialized leases that are perpetrating on them, I can't just sit on this council and not ask for your kind consideration. And I understand that it'll be a 4 vote, but the community is watching, our small businesses are watching. Small businesses are losing everything. Their child's college tuition, their own homes, their life savings. I mean, we go to these small businesses every day and we rant about them on Facebook. So I think if we are going to be a council that's going to say we're here with both the commercial and the small businesses, this is a great opportunity. It's been very successful in other cities. And it's temporary. It's just temporary until the emergency order of the county is lifted, which hopefully it will be soon. But we're in an emergency state, and it requires us to be courageous. If we really are having the back of our small business community, this is a way to show it. And so I definitely am very mindful, but our small businesses are watching. They're the ones that have asked for this. And I asked them to give us some time, and it's been on the agenda since September. And so I think that we are here. We need to think differently. We need to make courageous decisions. And either we have the back of our small business community or not. And if we don't, then we're going to see empty storefronts a lot faster than we're already seeing them. And that's just something that we're all going to have to sleep with. So thank you so much, Councilmember Fan, for your support. I know our small business community is watching, and actions speak more than words. And so definitely, I hope that my council colleagues and that the mayor shows leadership like I know he always does. I know he goes and visits and posts on Facebook how awesome. I think I seen that you at Christine's, right? That's one of your faves. This is her, your dry cleaner. This is my nail place. These are the places that we all visit. And so I hope that we could consider this temporary relief to those that need it the most. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Okay, well, I'm still opposed to the item. You can make the motion if you want.
Yeah, I would like to go ahead and make the motion. Chris, if you could help me with the language, and then if we could just go down for a roll call, please.
Sure. I think the motion would be to direct staff to come back and you tell us when you're thinking, but with an emergency ordinance to address business rent increases.
Perfect. If it could come back, if it would be able to come back the first meeting in January.
That works with my office. Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, pause it right here. Do a public comment before I forget here. Michaela Parrish.
Hello, Jackie Romero, resident since 1983. Just want to make sure I mention that one more time. I also want to mention that I always think everything's happening on purpose. And I was sitting at my nail shop today, an essential business. Just kidding. Anyway, I was sitting at my nail shop today, getting my pedicure, and all of a sudden the property manager shows up, and you could see it in the owner's, the small business owner's eyes. She was very upset that he had showed up to pick up the rent, and she was sharing with him that she just needs a break. Just give me a break. Just even give me a 10% off. Give me something. And there was customers in the nail shop, obviously. And I finally just said myself, I said, this is none of my business, but what if you just give her 50% off for Christmas, right? And, it was interesting to me that the property manager said, if all of you get together, this whole strip mall gets together and talks to the owner, maybe you guys together can do something. But working solo is not going to get you what you want. And that was a realization that there's a lot of small business owners out there that have worked very hard for their business. My family included started our school in 1983 in Milpitas in our apartment in actually right there off of Park Victoria is where we started our small business. And, my parents are struggling and it's a hard time. And so as a daughter of a small business owner, a sister of a small business owner, I really urge you to look at this opportunity to help, because we've worked so hard and it's so sad to see that it could be taken away from us and there's no help. All of the big businesses got help, and if there's any way to even give them a break this summer, this winter, this Christmas, I know a lot of small businesses would be very grateful to be able to recover with the shelter in place that's going to hit us again. And so I just urge you to rethink this. Carmen, I know you're all about the Milpitas family. Mayor Tran, you're all about the Milpitas family. We're part of the Milpitas family. So I ask you to rethink your stand, and I hope that you do reconsider. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Yeah, all I can mention a word. I experienced this. This is similar to forgivable loan, then forgivable pay, then escalate to the owner, landlord, owner, up to the president. I don't know. There's a word, reserve, because we are, small businesses is really collapsing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Uvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you very much, Mayor Rich Tran, as well as all the city council members, city staff. I think it's important to note about, it is important to make sure that the right set of measures are being placed. People are aware about that, what it is to take a part in certain situation. For example, when providing any kind of affordable housing or providing any kind of rental recovery assurances, people need to be aware that, the situation that they are going through, what it is, to be prepared for the disaster, as well as, prepare themselves for the emergencies, and how to become more prominent and sustainable, within the environment, that has been getting developed, due to the different emergencies. So certainly, I would request all the city council members, as well as Mayor Rich Tran, and all the city staff member, and also, thank them to, implement these measures, and, consider a better good for the city of Milpitas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's it with public comment. Thank you very much. Back to the virtual dais. Yeah, I think for me, in the end, this policy to me is a policy paradox. In the end, the tenant has to pay the full amount. And in the meantime, there's going to be no evictions. There's an eviction moratorium. And so I don't see anything but false hope with this policy, if I can be frank. In the end, the full amount has to be paid. And in the meantime, there's no evictions. And it's really a false hope to put, temporary rent emergency cap on the tenant rent. So I don't see the usefulness of it and how it benefits a tenant besides false hope. It's just deferring payment. And so that's why, as a policy, I'm not sold. I think one of the best ways to pay rent is for economic development, and we've done that. I drove through by Paris Baguette today on my way to getting some milk tea at Teaspoon, and you look at the ramen place. They got a very beautiful tent outside. They got just as many seats outside now as they do inside. Although the ramen place does have limited seating, but Fun to Win right over there next to L&L, they got the tent, and so tents are out. Our city's done a fine job with the planning process, thanks to everybody. And so I don't want to create a policy or support a policy, I should say. Let me correct myself. I don't want to support a policy that's just going to create more red tape and false hope. I'd rather see landlords and tenants work together. I know one commercial shopping center right now that only 40% of the tenants are paying rent. And they're doing everything they can. I mean, ask the planning department, ask the fire marshals. Folks are out there from the city of Milpitas every day trying to create a safe outdoor environment for our businesses. It's incredible. I want to give kudos to all our city staff that's on this meeting still. I mean, I am thankful when I drive around our shopping centers, and I do. And I'm really thankful to see all the work, every tent that's got to have a permit. And it's just incredible what our city is doing. Just kudos to our planning and economic development. And so I can't sit inside a small business and talk to an owner and say, hey, we got this emergency cap on your rent. And to look at them in the eye and say, oh, but you know what, you got to pay it back. You got to pay it back at the end. And they're going to tell me what for. What's the point of this? I'm not, I'm not getting evicted anyways. I say, well, I don't know. And so that's why I can't support this item, but I appreciate the effort. But this policy is not strong enough unless someone gives me information otherwise, from what I've heard tonight. So let me go to virtual raised hand here. Councilmember Finn.
Yeah, I guess I want to follow up on that. Is there a commercial eviction moratorium in place right now?
No.
Happy to answer the question, Council. So just looking at the county's webpage, they do have the county's eviction moratorium. I think, for my understanding from their website, is for business tenants, has been extended through March 31st of 2021. For residential tenants, the county has essentially defaulted to the state law that was enacted by Governor Newsom.
Okay, but on the commercial aspect of it, is there any that we know of that is that would be in effect for Milpitas businesses?
So the county's eviction moratorium for residential, or for businesses rather, is in effect until March 31st of 2021, but after that date, it's unknown.
Okay, so.
But that ordinance would apply, and I'll double check, to businesses within Milpitas. But again, it's only until.
Oh no, I would assume that it would be. So no, it's just I hear what the mayor is saying. I do want to make sure that if we're gonna do a ordinance, that it's not redundant. So that's the thing that I'm vested in here. If this is accomplishing something that is not covered already, can we hear about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I could actually answer that question for you, Councilmember Fan. In speaking with the county, the moratorium is until the end of March. In Milpitas, things are not looking great. Just today, 3 small businesses closed. And so what's happening is that this moratorium starts till March, but the emergency we don't know when the emergency is going to be lifted. And so what we're going to start seeing is what we saw in, I think it was June, where the county could extend it or they can't, right? They would extend it it would be like a week before it expired, and then they extended it again. But the problem is that small businesses right now are holding on to a thread. Currently, as you know, with this new regulation, the tents are not being filled. These small businesses have less than 10% of their original clients. I actually had a small business today that told me that their gross receipts went from, give me 2 seconds. Their gross receipts for just the last 2 months went from $12,500 to $1,250. So it gives you a story behind the tents. They're not at 100% capacity. And so the purpose of this is to give small businesses the opportunity to just sleep at night, knowing that they're going to have 6 months or until this emergency is lifted, which is probably going to surpass the county, because the county is only until March. And so I'm trying to be proactive, because I think that's what we need to do as a local jurisdiction, is to be proactive versus reactive. And our small businesses need us to do this. And it's not just our small business communities numbers are showing that they're going to be empty storefronts. And so what we're trying to do is just make sure it's not a false hope. I think if you tell a small business owner, like one of our favorites, Teaspoon, this is a false hope, it's not. Because for them, it's the opportunity to keep more gross income so they could keep their families afloat and their employees afloat. Because many of the small businesses in Milpitas are still paying their employees. They're not making a lot of money, but they're trying to pay their employees. That's like their priority. The second priority is rent. Many of them are still continuing to pay rent. So this would extend it beyond the March deadline. So it would serve a purpose to your question, Councilmember Fan. I think if you're out of touch with our small business community, you would say that we're doing a great job. Absolutely, our economic development team is doing a great job, but the clients are not coming. The money flow is not coming. And then you ask any small business in Milpitas, and they will tell you their gross income is it's very low. It's less than $5,000 in the last quarter. So where are they going to pay the rent? They're not. So now we're pinning businesses against business, and they're having the conversations like someone shared. A business owner, the commercial manager is coming in to collect the rent,
And now we're building tension because there's a business against a business. That's what's happening, and it's going to get worse. So I'm trying to be proactive on this so that it wouldn't be redundant. It would be lifted when the emergency order is lifted, which is different than the county. The county has an end date of March. This would be temporary. So it would have an end date. The end date would be when the emergency order is lifted. And that's because of COVID-19. Our small businesses are hurting. They're disappearing. And I could probably get you a list. I know 3 small businesses that actually moved out of Milpitas and moved into San Jose. Again, these are not my stories. These are the stories from the community. These are their stories. And that's what they've asked me to present to you, is this policy. Again, it's what they're getting is rent hikes. So instead of the commercial manager saying, hey, we want to work with you, they're actually getting a letter saying, we want 30% more of the rent and we want it now. And so that is taking, unfortunately, the livelihood away from our small business community. It's taking their sleep away. It's taking their livelihood away. And that's what I want to try to give them, that room cushion. And it's not false hope. I think every government level has a responsibility to our small businesses to help them. And we all have heard the conversations. I actually was on a call today with the federal government, and there's a package coming. What that package would look like, I'm not sure, but there's already 2 programs that came in between last night and this morning. And so if we could prolong the rent, that doesn't mean that the commercial is not going to get it. Hopefully that money comes down and they could then pay the rent. Hopefully there's a vaccine. Yes, there's hope. I don't think it's false hope. It's the same narrative that we're hearing right now. The false hope is we're not even trying. So
Okay, so may I respond?
absolutely.
So I would support bringing this back for further discussion, but when it comes back, I will need a better justification than simply, that this will be longer than the counties, or that it's only in the deferments, because the deferments are in place right now with the moratorium. So, but you'll have time to work on that. Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Yeah, and at the end of the day, I do think that deferments do help, though. That's the point that I do want to make. That the point being that we're in this right now temporarily, and also there are significant constraints on the economy. Obviously, the economy is not open fully. At some point, it will be, and at some point, businesses will be able to make those rents once they have the sales coming in, once they have more people patronizing their businesses. So I would say that's one point that I'd like to make. The other thing is that I would encourage the community not to antagonize the commercial leasers either. At the end of the day, there are a lot of good landlords and bad landlords. And the fact of the matter is that a huge portion of the commercial property management industry is our small businesses, that we have to stop seeing this as a small business versus big corporation kind of conflict here, that it actually, for the most part, is going to be small businesses versus small businesses, and that's not pretty either. In any form of relief that we provide to one group, we should also be looking at relief for the other group that's going to be affected by it. So at the end of the day, for me, when I said earlier that I'd support this if it's on a temporary basis, the baseline is the county health ordinance. But the key word there is county health ordinance. So for the county to not renew this if their ordinance is still in place, that doesn't add up here. They're going to renew it as long as the ordinance is in place. So that's why it's hard for me to accept that the point that this is just gonna go further than that. That's been the baseline that I use for policies in the past, right? Like when we take a look at how we approach the food delivery ordinance, I tie it to the county health ordinance. In the same case here, when it comes down to, what is that extended duration? It'd be as long as this crisis exists. And who determines that? Well, locally, it's the county, right? So that's the dilemma I have. I do think that there are ways that we can be supportive. I think that perhaps one of the most proactive things that we can do is really just encourage the county to extend it, to encourage the county to lift, not necessarily lift, but create some incentives for businesses and for the tenants to make their payments on time, because it's for the leasers, for the landlords, they have a landlord too, and it's the banks, it's the mortgages that they have to pay off, and it's, if not, it's more difficult because now it's actually small business versus big corporation. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, all the big lenders in terms of the mortgages, they're a lot more aggressive than a lot of these landlords, and a lot of them have been understanding and have been mindful. And for every story that I hear about an over aggressive landlord who is out to make money, I probably hear about the same as landlords who are looking out, who are saying, okay, I get it. I will let you pay when you can, with the expectation that you will pay me back. It's not as black and white as some people see it to be, and it's unproductive if we keep going down that route. So just this isn't so much for the council. I think the council knows this, that like every scenario is different. But at the end of the day, I'm encouraging the community to understand that it's not of us versus them kind of thing. A lot of the people who are providing a service to the small businesses by leasing their properties are everyday people too, and they're struggling too. So that's the point that I want to make. But in terms of deferments, I'm happy to support this coming back for further discussion.
Well, I know, thank you so much, Councilmember Afan, for your words. And I know you're very passionate about this issue because you're right. I think all of us, we definitely don't want to pin our community, but for me, it's local control. And that's what we got elected to do, was to make these tough decisions and have local control. We have local control on this. We don't have to depend on the county. And the city of Milpitas has been very proactive with COVID-19. We've done our own. The county has actually led after some of the things that we have done. So this is one more thing that we could lead on. And that's why I do believe in local control. And so, I'm very respectful of your words. This has been on the agenda since September. I definitely hear what the mayor is saying, that he's not supporting our small business community by not supporting this. And so, I don't want to take more time on the agenda.
No, I don't think that's actually what he was saying.
By the end of 4 months, we really need to figure out as a council what are our priorities. And so I'm more than happy to bring this back if there's an interest, if there's a genuine interest there. But I won't, if there's no genuine interest in bringing this forward, then maybe I rather write a letter of request to the county as a council, and send that off. So it really is just on, I think today's vote, I'd rather just go for a vote. And if the votes are not there, then the votes aren't there. And then move with a recommendation to write a letter to the county and asking them if they could extend it beyond March. And that's what it sounds like this council may be more inclined to support. So I'm okay with that. We all have just different perspectives and different experiences. And, again, this is a request that came from our small business community. And honestly, it even came from some of our commercial managements too, where they're feeling that they're being pinned against the small businesses. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question. And I'm going to just go ahead and go for a vote.
I just want to add to the discussion just momentarily.
Okay.
If you could help me, and I'm asking for your help, Councilmember Dominguez. You say you spoke to Teaspoon? And
no, I said it likes Teaspoon. I think you brought them up, and I said small business communities like Teaspoon. So I spoke to others that and I promised them confidentiality. I definitely could get those.
Because I'm very close friends with the owner of Teaspoon, the whole company.
So I would suggest maybe even talking to him, because
he's doing very well. They're doing fairly well. So
I'm speaking. I'm speaking, Mayor. I'm not done.
I was just asking the question.
Right, and I was answering it, but I wasn't finished. I'm speaking. Can I finish?
Carry on.
Thank you. As I was saying, when you brought up Teaspoon, I said there's small businesses. You said there's tarps. Yes, but they're less than 10% occupied right now. I'm sure that if you talk to Teaspoon, they will let you know that that's an issue, because that's a new county ordinance that just came in. So our small businesses are really struggling. Just because they have a big white tent and a bunch of chairs and tables out there, that doesn't mean that they're at full occupancy, because they can't. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to open. So I think for the sake of just bringing business cohesiveness, I think these are the hard conversations that I would hate to put a business against a business. And I do believe that is where government could come and help. And we do have local control over this, and we could be proactive. If we decide not to for our own reasons, then I understand and I respect them. But I don't want to just bring this item back just to show that, maybe we could bring it back because it'll be 4 votes. Mayor, it sounds like you're a no. And so I just want to, I think for the sake of time, I'd rather just go down the dais, make a roll call vote for this. If this doesn't pass, then at the next council meeting, we could bring it up during announcements to make a recommendation to council and ask for your kind support to write a letter to the county to do an extension to 6 months. That way it would help our small business community here in Milpitas as well.
I had a follow-up question. You know, we talk about small businesses. Have you contacted the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce for their
Absolutely.
position?
Contacted. I actually did an email. My contact list for our small businesses is 3,705. These are micro businesses, so this is any 20 employees and less, especially during COVID. As you know, there is a program that opened this morning at 8 a.m. I spoke with at least 16 businesses just today on that program. They did share with me their gross income. There was not one business that said they had more than a gross income in the last quarter. That was over $7,000.
Well, what about the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce? We do have a representative from the council that does take part in the Chamber of Commerce board. Has the Chamber of Commerce here in Milpitas expressed their opinion on this item?
Yes. So when this item came up back in September, they were in support because this item has been on the agenda for so long. It's already 11:30. They're just kind of like, you guys are never going to get to it. So we got to it today. So we could go ahead and bring it back. If there's a way that maybe we can make sure it's in the beginning, if you're interested in learning more of our small business community's feedback and the chamber's feedback. But I think we were all just trying to figure out when this item is going to be heard because it's been on the agenda for so long.
Okay, well, a motion can be made. I'm not sure if there's a second out there, but you're free to make a motion for your item.
Okay, so at this point, it sounds like there's interest for our community to come back. So I would like to bring back this item at a future meeting. And that way we could give enough notice to our small business community and the Chamber of Commerce to be on the line so they could go ahead and express their feedback.
That's the motion. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Dominguez. We have a second by Councilmember Fan. All in favor of virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
No, in the interest of redundancy, because we already have the 2021 moratorium.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
And myself is a no. The motion fails. I do want to move on to item number 15. I want to really clear our agenda as much as possible as we head towards the end of the calendar year for all our benefits. So item number 15, I do see that it has to do with the year 2020, but we are in December now. I do want to go to Councilmember Dominguez to state any comments you may have or any requests you may have for the item, but I'm not sure. I believe the census has been concluded, I believe.
Thank you very much, Mayor Rich Tran. Let me go ahead and pull up. If you read my memo, the memo goes beyond the census. And so it's already 11:40. This is an item that has been on the agenda since September. Obviously, we did not get to the census part, and the census has long behold, but there is another part about special events that I do want to take some time on, and I don't feel that this item will have that time. So I would like to bring back this item for a future council discussion.
I support that absolutely. And if we can have our city manager kind of edit the item title and just remove the census piece. I want to be respectful. We don't need that. We just need the special the council sponsored events. That's really the only piece we're looking to continue, right? Councilmember Dominguez.
Correct, because the inefficiency of our council, this has been on the agenda since September. So I am okay with taking the census part out and leaving the special events. There is a memo. I did take the time to write almost, I think it's a 2-page memo. I would encourage every council member to please read it fully in its length, as well with some of the amendments to the handbook. And so we could do one or two things on this, Mayor, and this is where we could either bring it back for a full council discussion, or I would highly suggest we have a staff retreat in January when our new council member joins us, and then we can make it part of the updating of the handbook there.
Yeah, I think that'll work out great. Yeah, anything we can do to alleviate the regular city council meeting agenda, I'm all for it.
Okay, as long as we could make sure that it's going to be done at the retreat, I'm okay with that.
That sounds good to me. I don't see any concerns. No, that's fair. We're gonna hear it. We're gonna discuss it. We're gonna take action as appropriate. Great.
As
So,
long as we take action.
for us to kind of edit that item title, do we need any type of action, or can staff just go from there?
No, Mayor, just direction to staff is fine, and as long as council's in agreement, staff can
Okay,
take that direction.
Great. Yeah, just pivotal time right now. We do have a new council shortly. I want to go to item number 19. I know we got 4 of us here, but if we can do something just to keep it or to not keep it, but item number 19, I do want to support, because we are in a housing crisis right now with evictions moratorium coming up in March, end of March, I believe. And I really don't think it's advisable for our city to dismantle this housing subcommittee. I think it's done a lot of work, but I do want to continue the housing subcommittee. And if I want to have that, conversation right now, if folks want to dismantle it, I'm not sure, but maybe there can be kind of a developed discussion on this. Councilmember Dominguez, this is your item.
This is my item. So I would like the opportunity to express the concerns. I actually would like to bring this back. I don't know. I know the vice mayor, does he have one more meeting, or was this his last?
This is his last.
Okay. So, because I do know he had some feedback on this. So, there was 2-point conversations with this item. The first, so this item requests came out of, unfortunately, some of the incidents that we saw happen with the housing committee, subcommittee, where there was an amount, it didn't get spent, it caused a lot of confusion. And something that I realized was that at the end of the day, just as you stated, Mayor, the housing crisis is too much of an issue to put it in a committee. This is really a conversation that a housing conversation should actually happen with the housing authority, which we already have. So we're overstretching our staff by them doing everything in the housing committee and then bringing it back, and items are getting lost in the housing committee. They're not coming to council. And so that is where I feel that as a member of 5, we should actually be part of those conversations from the beginning. So just as you stated, Mayor, housing is such a crisis. It's such an important topic that I believe it needs to come back to the housing authority, which all of us are part of, versus going into the housing committee. So I'm okay with the housing committee still standing and not dismantling it, but I would like all housing conversations to come back to the power of 5. I want it to come back to this body, which this body is also the housing authority. Because things are getting lost, and with all due respect, the community was really confused on some of those items, just as I was, and I had no part of conversation because I wasn't part of the committee, and the committee did not bring it back to all 5 of us in a timely manner. So it caused a lot of chaos in Milpitas, and I want to prevent that. In addition to that, like I said, housing is a crisis right now that all 5 of us should be in that conversation. I think that 5 minds are better than 2, and it's going to take all 5 of us to really move Milpitas out of this housing crisis that we're about to even see escalate after January. There is a tsunami of evictions coming. We're all working together on the homeless, which we did an amazing job today. And that's a clear example of what could happen when those topics come before all 5 of us. And so maybe what I would like to suggest is that we could leave the council's housing subcommittee, but I would like all housing issues to come back to the authority, which is all 5 of us. That's what I would like to see.
All right, we're gonna go straight to Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. So I get that it can feel redundant if it's 2 people on a subcommittee reviewing stuff, and then it goes back to us anyways, and then we just, I don't know, pick it apart or whatever. So I get that. I also think that having a forum to substantively address relevant housing issues is also important. So as a compromise, I guess, to accomplish both goals, to not be redundant, to not waste time, but also to still have a forum for that kind of discussion beyond just, the housing authority, because, we already have that prerogative and we do already exist as a housing authority. I certainly acknowledge that. I think that we can, optimize the value in our status as the housing authority there, certainly. But perhaps we might be best served if we sort of reconfigure the concept of a housing subcommittee and instead transition it to be a housing commission instead, and have members of the community participate in it. And that way, we're actually hearing different input that's not ours. It would provide a forum still for new ideas to be discussed. And at the end of the day, whatever they recommend or, take a look at, we still have a final authority either way. It's just more of an avenue to open up the discussion so that, for example, when we have these substantive debates that tend to take up a really long time, that can be had sort of ahead of time with a fuller body than just 2 people. So those are just my thoughts. I'm trying to accomplish everything here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the idea as well. Just creativity. As the individual that kind of leads the city commissions and nominates folks for our commissions, our commission levels, the vacancy rate's not looking good right now. It hasn't looked good in a long time, actually, since we changed the commission structure. And, quorums are absolutely necessary to have these commission meetings. And I think it would be a disadvantage for a housing commission. Attendance, I don't need to talk about attendance at commission meetings. We're all liaisons to our own respective commissions, and attendance is what it is. It's recorded. And so that would actually not be an advantage to create a housing commission, just based on the attendance piece, the quorum piece. And so I just want to, share my experience. And we all have experiences in our respective commissions. And, I hear Councilmember Dominguez in terms of, I think it sounds like the brain think concept, the more minds, the better, which I agree. But, our subcommittees have been a fundamental body throughout the history of our city. And it's really just a launching point that requires no quorum, that allows for members of the public to take part, no matter if it's 1 person or 12 people. In the end, what comes out of the housing subcommittee or any subcommittee, it goes to the council, the full council, for approval. So in the end, it's going to be there in the same place. And I appreciate the comments, or the suggestions, I should say, with the housing authority, but the housing authority serves a different purpose. It may have the word housing in it, but there's certainly a different purpose under I think, the state of California, where we must have a housing authority. And so I hear the different opinions. And before I go to the Councilmember Montano, I'm fine with pushing this through to the next meeting when the new city council takes place. And we can go from there. That's fine. Councilmember Montano.
Actually, could I go ahead and respond back to some of your comments, Mayor, with all due respect?
I call for Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You can
So I just,
raise a virtual raised hand. I'll call on you next.
But this is my
I'm
item.
gonna lower my hand right now. So the premise here is to dismantle the housing subcommittee. I don't agree with that. And the reason being is we've done so much, Vice Mayor Nunez and I, when we first joined on it, we've done the rent relief program. We did the housing assistance program, utility program. There's so many things, and we've come a long ways. And I think that we should continue with that, especially now when we need to have some oversight with the what we just passed. That's the what was it called, the trailers, the destination home, what's that called, the one we just
Dignity
passed.
Dignity on Wheels.
Yeah, that one, Dignity on Wheels. Yeah, the Dignity on Wheels mobile. So there's so much more that we need to do, and I heard one of our community members, Allison, she mentioned about a navigation center. That would be great to have it, but all these things they all start small in a subcommittee, then we bring it to the council. I know things haven't worked as fast as we wanted because there's, with COVID and all these, so many other challenges, but it's good to have a subcommittee so we can continue with the conversation. And a lot of good ideas came out of there. So I would like to make sure that it stays. So I will not be voting to dismantle it. Matter of fact, I think it's a good opportunity to expand on it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. I appreciate the fact that you said that everything comes out of the housing subcommittee back to the council. I would like to kindly share with this council what happened with Project Homekey. I would like to kindly remind this council what happened with the $75,000 that got stuck in this committee and was not spent for an entire year. So
it was a staff, excuse me, that was
point of order, Councilmember Dominguez, carry on.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So therefore, there is a history and there's a precedent of things getting stuck in this housing committee. That doesn't happen in other places, but it happens in this committee. It gets stuck there. There's no decision making that's being made there for one reason or the other. And we could try to say that it was staff, but at the end of the day, as Councilmember Montano just stated, it's council's responsibility to bring it back to the entire council. And I heard that twice today. And that is one of the reasons why, actually, I did look into the housing authority, and I am very, very educated on what that means, Mayor Rich Tran. And I just want to get clarification from Chris, our city attorney. Could the housing authority take the responsibility to hear the items of housing in the city of Milpitas as a body of five?
No, thank you for the question. I believe you could, because the Housing Authority was created essentially as a creation out of redevelopment and successor agency law in terms of our housing assets. It does have bylaws that we've looked at in the past, so we'd want to look at those again just to see what it lays out. But I believe there is a way to use it to have housing discussions, or the alternative is it just comes back to the full council and you guys would just be wearing your council hat, so to speak, but still talking about housing issues as a whole.
Thank you. Therefore, Mayor Rich Tran, the educational component that I got on using the housing authority was correct. And so I just want to kindly ask that when we talk about, we've done a lot of things in the housing committee, absolutely, Councilmember Montano and Vice Mayor, you have led amazing things in that housing committee, but it's not anything that you could have done without us 5 of us being present. This includes the rental assistance, which actually started at a recommendation from council and it went into the housing committee. I just feel that we're doing a lot of work. We're working harder, not smarter. And we unfortunately are not fulfilling our responsibility as a liaison to get that information back to all 5 of us. And that is clear in some of the issues that we have experienced in the last couple of weeks, which has brought chaos, division, and unfortunately, it has kept some of us council members out of the loop completely. And so at this time, I understand that those who sit on the housing committee do not want to dismantle it. And all I ask is that we could be a little bit more responsible by reading the information that staff gives us, by maybe taking a proactive approach and doing a report and not only verbally reporting out at council meetings, but making sure that all 5 council members have a memo that has what happened in these committees, especially around housing, because housing is a crisis. And if this conversation is going to continue to get stuck in this committee, then it's time to dismantle it, or it's time for us to step up if we're the liaison of that committee. And so it is already 12 o'clock. So I understand. I don't want to, it doesn't have.
If I may interject, I want to go to public
I'm
comment.
speaking still. I'm still speaking. I'm speaking still. Thank you. All right. So definitely, I hear what the council is saying in terms of dismantling. I believe it's Robert Rules of Orders. I could go ahead and call the question, right, Chris?
No, yeah, we have to go to public comment. I'm sorry.
Okay, we could go ahead and go to public comment. And then after that, we could go ahead and just take a vote on it because it's already midnight. And I know that Councilmember Montano gets a little foggy.
We have to go to public comment. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm really sorry.
Can I say something? First of all, Councilmember Dominguez, I don't appreciate your sarcasm, and I want to make it clear. I was the one. It wasn't the council. I was the one. I initiated it to bring the rent relief program. It came to the housing subcommittee and I gave the list to the staff, and I gave the list to Vice Mayor Nunez. And so we all voted, we brought that back, staff brought it back, and we all voted for it. So I just want to make that clear. And if you don't believe me, ask staff.
Okay. I want to do call the order here. I have to, I'm sorry, Councilmember Dominguez, I have to go to public comment.
No problem.
Or else that's, I think, a Brown Act violation.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I did not intend to interrupt you. Let's go to public comment. We have multiple. First up, we have Jacqueline Romero.
I made it to my own computer. Good evening, council members. I just want to say, and respectfully, I understand you guys all have a lot on your plate. But first I want to bring up an email that I sent to our city manager just November 20th. I have yet to receive a response. And it reads, I have received a few questions that was brought to the Milpitas Parent Coalition's attention and would like your assistance to learn more about this issue. Keeping AB 83 in mind, AB 83 passed in June of 2020, and now all counties and cities are bound by the new statute. And it's known that there are several statutes that have been passed through federal and state levels that affect local governments. So our question is, when a bill is introduced to Assembly and to the Senate that will have a direct effect on cities, like AB 83, who's responsible to keep eye on those bills being introduced to the Assembly and Senate that affect the cities like AB 83? So it goes on to ask more questions, but really the reason why I'm bringing that up today is because remember in June, the Milpitas Parent Coalition had created the Hope for the Unhoused group, and we brought to the attention of the City Council AB 83. We also had brought up the fact that we needed a homeless task force, and we asked for it for several meetings. And Mayor Tran, you did a great job because you sent us to the sub-housing committee, and there we sat. And within that time frame, the next week, with 24-hour notice, a meeting was called for the sub-housing committee at 9 a.m. in the morning. We struggled to attend. We got one person or two people to attend to have our public comments. Shortly after, Bob Nunez, our vice mayor, created 4 groups where Carmen Montano, Councilmember Montano, never even showed up to one of those meetings, and we met on a weekly basis. We brought up some great information. Home key was brought up in those meetings in July. In August, we already had compiled a list of what things that we recommended to the sub-housing committee to give to the city council. That letter that was created was never presented to council. I don't even know where it is. I've asked Nunez to tell me what happened to that letter. And so I am kind of really disappointed as a community member that has been trying to get our homeless situation some attention, some advocacy work. I'm really disappointed on how our subcommittee handled the situation. So I think you should reconsider who you have in that committee and have people there that are passionate about what they want to do for our homeless community. I think you really need to rethink that if you're going to keep that committee. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Next up, we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Yeah, Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Mine is, I'll just mention words again, like balancing. I heard like there's the manpower coming from city council is overwhelming in task, and there's redundancy on the position also. But I think it's always important to have a subcommittee, but you are overwhelmed. That's the balance now. So I'll listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Irvish Kumar Mehta.
Good morning, Mayor Rich Tran. Good morning to all city council members and as well as city staff and city attorney as well. Well, as it is always, to listen and, see the perspective of a different minds perspective changes, on a matter to matter. So it is always, important to have a different minds with a different perspective within the council, which actually, provides a different opinion on the different matters. As a part of a structure of an organization, with the council, it is important to evaluate that, what are the needs of a city. But the city commissions, the city commission structure that requires to be re-evaluated based on the needs of a city, or whether that's something required to be having be referred to the subcommittee, which is going to be working as a point of contact for the main committees as a different liaison points for different topics, for different topics development within the city. So certainly restructurization, reevaluation of a commission, it's important, and as well as restructurization of even city council seats as per the different areas within the city. That would be helpful to address the issues within the city by the different city council members, would be helpful as well. Again, thank you very much, Mayor Rishran, all city council member, city staff, and city attorney for allowing to having the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Okay, it looks like that's it with public comment. I want to bring it back to the virtual dais. We have an agenda item number 19, and that's under Councilmember Dominguez. As stated, number 19, please feel free to take action as you desire.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mayor Rich Tran. At this time, I would like to ask council for the consideration in order to move a motion that would bring all housing discussions from the city of Milpitas into the body of 5, which represents the housing authority of the city of Milpitas. Versus having the housing discussions move directly into the housing subcommittee. And so I would like that to begin in January. And so that is my motion. And so since there isn't a second, do we go down the roll call, Chris? Or could we just note it in the record? I'm okay with
Dies.
Yeah, it just
Guys,
Okay, no, not a problem. I'm okay with that. And so I just, again, I just hope that we all do a better job as a liaison. There was a lot of mistakes that we cannot afford to repeat again. And we all have to take accountability for our own actions. And so thank you all for your kind consideration and for listening. I really do appreciate it. I'm definitely here to, again, just share my perspective and share the community's perspective. And so I know it may not sound right. And I know that we are very passionate about our committees, but I think we also have to take accountability of when we mess up, when we didn't get it right, when we weren't there and we didn't meet the mark. And so I hope that we meet the mark in January. We have a new opportunity to start over again. So thank you very much, Mayor, for the time.
you're welcome. All right, moving on, item number 20. I do want to take the lead here. I think 20 and 21, I think we're okay. If there's any concerns here, any comments, let me know for 20 or 21. I don't think there's much there at this moment. And if so, I will look to the last item on the agenda. And so, Steve, I think we're good, right? 2021, thumbs up. We're kind of just moving forward.
Nothing to report. Those are still, in the works, so they'll grow a little bit between now and the next meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I do see a virtual raised hand. I just caught it. Councilmember Fan, did you?
Yeah, I'd like to ask that the items that were asked by Councilmember Nunez, or rather, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Nunez, that they be continued under my name when he leaves office.
I support that very well. And so, yes, I want to thank everybody. I think we cleared the agenda. That's something to be satisfied about. I'm very thankful as we move forward. I think that I want to give my appreciation for every single person on this Zoom for giving their time to our city of Milpitas. And I'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much, everybody.
Have a good night, everybody.